In the midst of the parade of security forces, for this 60th Independence Anniversary Parade of the Security Forces. In a short while, we shall witness the entrance of the services chiefs of the Gambia National Army, the Gambia Navy, and the Republican National Guard. They shall be given a general salute by the parade. In the meantime, may I now invite the Gambia Armed Forces Band to entertain us with an interlude of music. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome the services chiefs. That's the Commander of the Gambia National Army, Brigadier General Seth Njai, Commander of the Gambia Navy, Commodore Sambu Barrow, and the Commander of the Republican National Guard, Brigadier General Yahya Drame. You are welcome, sir.
General salute! Present!
Yes, ladies and gentlemen. In a short while, we shall witness the arrival of Her Lordship, the Mayor of Banjul, and this will be followed by the arrival of the Inspector General of Police, the Chief of Defense Staff, Gambia Armed Forces, His Lordship, the Chief Justice of the Gambia, and this will also be followed later by the arrival of the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, the arrival of the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, His Excellency Mohammed B.S. Jallow. After the arrival of the Vice President, we shall witness the arrival of some invited heads of states and government from the Republic of Senegal, the Republic of Guinea-Bissau, and the representative of the head of state of the Republic of Sierra Leone and the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. In the meantime, may I invite the bandmaster to entertain us with an interlude of music. Bandmaster.
Well, good morning, live from Banjul at the Makati Square. It's the Gambia's 60th independence, the Diamond Jubilee. We're here today. On the 18th February 1965, the Union Jack was lowered for the national flag to be hoisted. That day marked a significant milestone in the history of the Gambia. Today, we're here to celebrate 60 years. And in the studio today, I have my co-colleagues who is on my left-hand side. Let me start with the woman here, the lady here, who is no other person than Mama. Mama, welcome to the Fatu Network. It's the Gambia's 60th or Diamond Jubilee independence. And on my right-hand side, I have Dauda Balde, also a senior reporter. Today, we will bring you live scenes and analysis of what it means as the Gambia moves on to the next journey. We will be reflecting on some of the key development or milestone that the country has actually achieved in the past 60 years. But before I go further, I'll actually allow my colleague Mama to say something a little bit about what it means today to witness 60 years of independence, 60 years of self-rule.
Yeah, thank you so much. Like you said, it's 60 years of nationhood, it's 60 years of sovereignty, 60 years of us owning ourselves. And basically, let us say, it's 60 years of us doing our things on our own. It's indeed historic. It's indeed a historic day, seeing what our forefathers went through, like Sadauda Kairaba Jawara, Safar Mansingate, Elephant Small, you name them, how they fought for us to gain our independence. And today, seeing us celebrating ourselves at 60, it's indeed a historic moment for us.
Well, I'll turn on my right-hand side to talk to my colleague Dauda. Dauda, you understand independence entails a lot, especially, you know, just taking from the human perspective, you know, as a young man growing up, what does it actually mean to be independent? But we're not talking about here, you as a young man, but we are talking about a nation, you know, becoming independent, you know, doing things on their own, even though it's one of the smallest country, inland country in West Africa. What does this day actually signify?
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to everyone who is watching these live scenes at the Makati Square here in Banjul, the capital city of the Gambia. And I'm very excited to once again witness this very important day, because it means 60 years ago, this is a day of celebration, it's a day of joy, it's a day of also reflecting on the people who fought tooth and nail to ensure that we enjoy what we are enjoying today. We're talking about 60 years of nationhood. That is the Gambia. Prior to independence, we were not called the Gambia. And it is very unique as a country. We are the only country in the world that have a mandatory Article D when referring to the country. You say the Gambia. Other countries, you might use the Article D, but it is optional, which is not mandatory. But the Gambia, you say with the Gambia. So that is why it's very unique. So we have to understand there are people who fought for this, what we enjoy today, even though it is the smallest country in West Africa, and perhaps within the globe as well, because we might have countries that we are bigger in terms of population, in terms of land size, but only few countries. So being independent means a lot. It means you have independence to make your own decisions, you are independent to do things without depending on others necessarily. So this is a day of celebration, joy and reflection, and I wish every Gambian and residents of the Gambia a happy 60th independent anniversary, and we look forward to reflecting on this journey. Also, it's a day to highlight the achievements we make, the challenges, and also the plans that we look forward to make in our country and make this country great and greater.
Well, actually, Mama, coming back to you again, 60 years, even though from the start, this country had a lot of doubt, especially its viability to be independent, cognizant of the fact that this nation had only one cash crop, no other natural resources, no diamond, no gold. So the viability of being its independent was actually a great doubt indeed, you know, to the extent that we had to still be under British rule until 1970 when Sadauda actually became, the president, But now, tell us today, we're here celebrating 60 years. What does this day actually signify? We've also seen today that, the nation has gone through 3 regimes so far. The first regime, that is Sadauda and then we had Yaya Jammeh, and now we are here talking about His Excellency Adama Barrow. Take us through.
You're right, anyway.
Take us through, what actually this day means, having, realized that the economic viability or the viability of this nation being independent was a shadow, was something like was a doubt, sort of.
Okay, so I think basically people are doubting, because though I wouldn't have much to say when it comes to Jawara's regime, considering the fact that I would say I was born during the Jammeh era. But then when you come to the cash crop thing, and you're talking about the economic viability of that, I think we as a nation, in as much as we celebrate in 60 years, we have a lot more that we need to work on as a nation, especially when it comes to our economy, and that comes to the staple food that we use in this country, called the groundnut. How much the government prioritizes our farmers, So when you look at the voices of these farmers, when they speak to you, do an interview, you still sit down and question yourself whether we really want ourselves, whether we love ourselves, whether our head of state is really in to support our farmers. And if our farmers are not supporters, meaning for us to sustain ourselves, we need farmers. So therefore, these farmers need to support us. But if the head of state, the government at large, are not supporting these people, obviously, for us to sustain ourselves, it will be very, very hard.
Okay. So I'll turn back to Dauda. Politically, we've been very stable indeed.
Well, today
for
we
the
gather as
past,
one people,
60 years.
one nation, to
we've
celebrate
had a
a
transition
remarkable
of powers in
milestone.
1994.
The Gambia's 60th
It was actually,
independence anniversary.
a
60 years
broadness
ago,
coup.
on February
And
18,
in 2016,
1965,
we saw
Gambia
another
broke
transition,
from the colonial rule,
democratically for the
stepping
first time in the
boldly
history of the
into
Gambia.
the world as a sovereign
Today we are
nation.
here reflecting on
Today,
independence,
we
celebrating
reflect on our
independence.
journey,
Take us through,
honoring the past,
some of
celebrating the present, and
the achievements we
envisioning
have
the
actually
future.
registered within
We
a
are
short
here
period of
as a
time.
team
From
the Gambia Radio and Television Services.
Thank you very much. I
bringing
mean,
to you
from 1965 to date is 60 years, right? And history would tell us that if you know this country 60 years ago, those who were born at the time can really attest to the fact that we have advanced a lot. But there are challenges that we still need to emphasize on, and we need to address them. Being independent does not only stop at being able to make your own decisions. Being independent means that you are independent to make your own decisions, independent to feed your people, independent to seek your people, independent to cure your people when they are sick, independent to secure them, independent to give them jobs, independent to make them feel home. So when we break this down into issues, we look at the political landscape. It has changed a lot from 1965 to date. We've seen a lot of political parties coming up to join the political race. We look at security issues, we have challenges and some achievements. You look at education, you look at health, you look at agriculture, which I will emphasize on. I mean, I was born during Jammeh's era. Yes, during Jammeh's era as a young boy. But growing up, you would know that there are challenges that we have when it comes to our economy and also food security. This is a country that is struggling to feed its people. This is a country that is also struggling to secure its people because we know development comes with challenges. When we look at agriculture, it's the backbone of this country. During Jawara's era, we see Gambia was doing well in exporting cash crops such as groundnut, our main cash crop in this country, and it was helping the economy to grow. And during Jammeh's era, we see a decline of it, and in Barrow's era, it drastically declined. So meaning that Gambia is not exporting any major cash crop at this point, and that is affecting our economy. That's why it is leading to inflation and depreciation of our currency, because we are not exporting literally anything that other people want. So they can also control the market a little bit. When it comes to security, this country is struggling as we speak. This is a country where people used to sleep outside, people used to leave their valuables at home and go to work and come back and find them intact. Gone are the days. But these things are all factors of development. When development comes and change of government, we have different people. But also, we have to look at key issues. The government have made success in various areas, especially infrastructure. For the past 8 years, we've seen a drastic change in infrastructure. Education, we have beautiful structures, but there is more to building structures. We need quality education that will give jobs, not education that will make people to go ahead to be seeking jobs. We need to move away from teaching people how to be seeking jobs onto how we teach people how to be creating jobs. These are the two different things. We've been learning how to get jobs, but not how to create jobs. And this is affecting us. So, in terms of feeding, the country is struggling. Agriculture, we have vast land that is filled fresh water. If only we utilize agriculture, rice farming alone, this country will be heaven for every other person. And we will export rice to other countries like we are importing rice to other countries. Listen, we just need the commitment from the government and all citizens as we join hands and gloves to work together and develop our country. Because this country belongs to every Gambian and also residents of the Gambia. As far as we are in the country, feel home. We are all the same. You understand?
You're watching live scenes actually happening live here at the McCarthy Square, you know, where the Gambia is actually celebrating its 60th independence. From the background, you could actually see men in uniform looking absolutely, you know, wonderful with their attires, and also the arrival of dignitaries and other former president. But again, we'll still come back to my co-colleague here. That was just a synopsis of what is actually happening. You could see the environment today, it's very lively, you know. But again, I'll come back to the question, you know, why Banjul? Why are we celebrating this independence in Banjul? And are the local people actually involved, you know? And what would be your perceptions so far?
I think when it comes to the involvement of people, I think, it's not even I think, you see a lot of people will be asking, so today is independence, you know, so probably that engagement of people and making independence look like independence, it's lacking, because a lot of people do not feel that today is an Independence Day. That comes to the involvement of people. Yes, you would have seen here being full, but look at the other end. You have dignitaries, yes, seated, but look at the space that is accommodated for the local people. Are people full to that place? So I think when it comes to engaging, and of course, yes, we know February. When it's February, we know it's Independence Day. We know it's Independence Month. But how do the state sensitize people or do, you know, announcement among other things to talk about the Independence Day?
I'm not trying to stop you, but let me just ask this question. Okay. When you were young, going to the primary school, you know, down the junior school, and say, what was actually this Independence Day? Before the Independence Day, what was the atmosphere like? How do you feel?
It's something that you feel so happy, because when you are told at school that, hello, Mama, you know what? You are part of the students who will be at the Independence ground, marching in front of the president, marching in front of dignitaries. You are happy, you're excited, and to the extent that when you go home, you don't even allow your people as a kid, you don't even allow your people to have that peace. You're like, I'm going to the Independence, I'm going to the Independence ground, you know. So that atmosphere, I don't think it still exists, because I am from a home, but I don't see see children over there shouting, I'm going to independence. Me at this stage, I was happy. At home, I was like, I'm going to the independence. Early in the morning, I woke up, I was like, I'm going to the independence. But then, how are other people doing this? At the time when we were kids, I'm still a kid, yeah? Because born in the Jamaica era,
Yeah,
I'm still a kid.
That does not justify because you are doing what elders are doing today.
Exactly. But then you will see that I'll be happy, you know, be jumping out there, I'm going to the independence ground, and you feel happy, you feel proud as a child, marching in front of the president and other important dignitaries in the country. But now, let us reflect back. How is that today? How is that atmosphere today? Then you would see young girls, you know, young boys, school children, be excited over this independence. But today, I believe what the former president used to do to make school-going children happy is not what the current regime is doing when it comes to that.
So if I may ask, what do you think needs to be done? Because next year, 2026, of course, is an election year, and also we are going to celebrate independence again.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think should be done, you know, in order to engage people to make sure that the environment is very lively? Because I also used to have those, you know, those kind of feelings.
Yes, I think what we can do as a nation is much, because we have different sectors in the government. We have the arts and culture, you know. So these people, what they can do is to bring students together. Visit schools, enlighten students, enlighten people, do things, use the media, use the social media in its utmost best to make sure that people are taught of these days. You know, you explaining, historians explaining things, amongst other things. This is going to bring the energy back. This is going to make students realize that we are celebrating a day as important as the Diamond Jubilee today.
Outside the source of this country.
I quite agree with that, because those days when I was young, we understand. We used to buy number and then brand new, you know, socks just to be on the
and that's not existing now.
And then, obviously, but anyway, times have changed. A lot of things have actually happened.
So,
but then, just to tell you that here at the Makati Square, it's really lively here. You could see men in uniform, looking beautiful in their attires, and the police band. We also have some dignitaries, foreign dignitaries here, you know, from our neighborhood that are actually here to celebrate our neighborhood. But of course, let me turn to my senior reporter down there who talks about infrastructure. Obviously, you have been a journalist and you've been moving around with the government, and you've also received a lot of complaints. You've covered a lot of things. But now, take us through, what do you think needs to be done, you know, in order to revive this nation? Because a lot believe that, you know, this nation is crumbling or it's about to fail, despite the fact that we have significant, you know, infrastructural development and also plans for the government to, you know, to spearhead. But a lot needs to be looked at, especially when you look at the cost of living, you know, of recent, yesterday and day before yesterday, yesterday particularly, we face a huge crisis of bread, and it's a concern. And here today we are sitting here celebrating independence.
Well, like you say, I've been going around the country for the past years. I mean, I've visited a lot of communities that I've never imagined within the country. But one thing I will tell you, if you ask me the problems in this country, I will say there are two problems we have in this country. That is insecurity and corruption. I would tell you these are the only two problems we have as a nation.
Now, when you talk about insecurity, actually it's very broad here.
It's very broad, yes.
Yeah, so
when I talk about insecurity, we all know development comes with challenges.
Obviously.
But right now, where you are seated, you feel like today you are very safe. That is what you feel. But back home, perhaps your heart is beating faster than it was beating before you get to this place, because our people nowadays they feel they can do anything and go free. That is why, as a country, we should all advocate the change of our constitution. We need to have new laws, tougher laws.
Well,
will address.
we're just witnessing the arrival of the Vice President of the Gambia, of the Republic of the Gambia, who is actually on the ground, you know. And we could see today, we're seeing a lot of dignitaries that are actually coming to be part of this. And that is the Senegalese president, Bassirou Diomaye Faye, who is a neighbor, and you know, Gambia and Senegal actually share this bilateral relationship from the past. Because if you look at it, in 1982, when the Gambia actually had the coup in 1981, you know, the Gambia was submerged into Senegal, called the Senegalese Confederation, until 1989 when the Confederation ended. So his visit today actually means a lot. He was here a few months ago, and then today he's here to also, you know, celebrate with the Gambians, you know. So, but again, that's the arrival of the Senegalese president. But let's come back to you, you know, Dauda.
Yeah, like I was saying, we need to fight to the nail to ensure that this country is safe haven for all the innocent people. Where we have criminals, deal with them mercilessly. You see, they said majority carry the votes or majority control things, but it is only in criminality where minority will take control of the majority. And one criminal will terrify 100,000 people. So that is totally how powerful they are. This is why, as a country, we need to make sure that crime is something we give zero tolerance. We all know you cannot stop crimes, but you can mitigate crimes with regulations, with strong things. You don't need to be a human rights violator or to be a dictator in order to address crimes. So the other thing is corruption. It is because of corruption this country has not reached the level where we want it to reach. It is because of corruption the hospitals are grappling with inadequate medicines. It is because of corruption that schools teachers, public school teachers are protesting every day. It is because of hospital you and I don't get the jobs we want. It is because of corruption youth are going to back way. It is because of corruption cost of living is rising. It is because of corruption infrastructure is not at the level where it's supposed to be. Corruption is one element that can...
But do you think corruption can be easily fight like that? Because
very easy.
This is something that is inculcated in the society. It's
very easy to fight against corruption. There are countries that have zero tolerance for corruption. There are corrupt people there, but their level of corruption is very minimal. And people going into it will vet and make sure they do everything humanly possible to make sure they are not caught. But where there are not stronger measures, you see someone corrupt person accused of being corrupt and involved in millions of dollars. The next day the person is driving the latest car in town, rocking from corner to carton, free. And in fact, if the person was a director, the person will be promoted to a minister.
Oh, yeah.
What are you telling people? Imagine you and I am your director, you are the minister. I was accused of corruption, the next minute I am in prison or I am killed. Do you think you will do it?
Well, I think those are very harsh measures.
No,
so
they are strong measures, not fast. They are strong measures.
I mean, we have to understand that we have locals that are actually watching, and they would want to know what is happening. Ambaningol nalban jube kang mbale Makati Square jang Gambia la 60th independence walam na Diamond Jubilee nalen koma jube albe militaire ol jelani mo mini alon ko be uniformol ko nay febe nasire luntangol soto nun botana Senegal, Nigeria, Sierra Leone and Mauritania wol bebe janne to be nataka.
Excellencies, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Gambia la 60th.
Since we are also witnessing some arrivals at the Banjul International Airport,
Gambian only.
Okay.
Of some
Abaraka bakelo
heads of states and departments, as well as representatives of other heads of states and governments have been invited to grace this occasion.
Independent wala nginti fansoto.
We have the Republic of Senegal, which are represented by their president, and we also receive it at this audience, the President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. We also expecting the arrival of some dignitaries and representatives of the government of the Republic of Sierra Leone, also the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. Permit me to also recognize in our presence some invited chiefs of armed forces that are strategic partners to the Republic of the Gambia and also the Gambian armed forces. Would like to confirm the attendance of the Chief of General Staff of the Senegalese Armed Forces, General
Minister Kari.
who will be coming
Ya
in
tumi la ko ay ni
with his principal, as the President of the Republic of Senegal, His Excellency President Jomai Jahar Faye.
enforcement okay itla ngenta ke bulo la ni order authorities ka make sure ko o
We
ma
shall-
luai ta meka baytu man fense de membal
In our midst also we have the Deputy Chief of Defense Staff
iti
of
amira sila
the
ntol
Armed Forces of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau.
aba kola yala pour nga
We also have representative
ko fon soto Musa
of the Chief of General Staff of the Jockey's Armed Forces.
They need to work on it in order for us to
The Chief of Defense Staff of the
sobe
Armed Forces of the Kingdom of Morocco is also here with us.
Gambia
And also the representative of the Chief of General Staff of the Royal Armed Forces of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. That is being represented by a high power delegation led by a senior general from their armed forces headquarters. We also have a representative from the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who is representing their chief of defense staff in this August gathering. In a short while, distinguished invited guests, we shall witness the arrival of the Chief Justice
ko ngam fan soto
of the Republic of
na
Gambia,
tubabu
on behalf of
marara
the Council of Principal
wato
Magistrates
kono so
and City
akamunta ko
Commissioners
sanje tan woro ko
and the
man
Ministry of
tunu
Justice.
be marare ne modo le bulno altara man fan soto wala nyinti ko
It is
buga
also
ku keno
going
fanye
to
buga ku
state
keno ya
that
tara
the Minister of
modo
Works
ma kenye so
and Transport
menum
of
maral
the
julo
Republic
kono na tara
of
bulol ni singol be sitirin nunne so
is a
in
delegation
1965 wotu mole alfalmi alan ko walla belun jam mel boko safra man singate Edward Francis Sumo ani mo jama ko tan mi alan ko wolle kelo ke pour kaje ko Gambia fana ngam fan soto ko mi banku ko to mi alan ko wolle fan sotale so ni lungo ketalu ngoti mi alan ko ka jura nyami wol ka wol jibe len ka sim falle jibe ngam tanu taman sor mi alan ko aketa andum yirwa men mi alan ko aketa andum bata ko fana mi alan ko mba soto kanne andum na fen kol mi nyinte hamol men tan lafta ka fuda damen to mba fuda la je nyamin ko mi bankol kan so ni lungo keta ni lungo mi alan ko abumata bakira banku dini be dawda ni keta lungo mi alan ko iti nyanta ka jurale bawo aketa lungo mi alan ko wolle ay tani la ko iti fan soto le sa ya kam ko na tarano ibe prison ne ibe kasole lu menna yebula ifindita wolungo keta lungo mi alan ko wolune firita itara nun jele ye muta min nakamma ala doron ya bar ni firin doron ika ke modi mi alon ko ikata no foye ikata nyindo kele so nte kukil na ngaje mi ka jura nya mi nyanta ko le falinna ka ajura nya nyanta ko le falinna ngaji be kabri 1965 ajura nya kilin no wo doron no nka ke nyami sanwo sang wolong anda keta mi alon ko abe mantoro sikam bol bakele na économique ta ko yalla golom na soto bulo aman sembo soto andu ñu lungo kita lungo di melo ko lunkuma balon bari ka dépense men ke ñu lungo kan ni ajibe ni a murundi ak auto ko fan soto kan ase ku jama jarano yalla ko fang ase ku jama jarano mi yalla ko sa tol na lopitano karam do fen kol
keta tarika balti Gambia la tariko kato ni ajube sanyi tan woro ye fan soto ni ajube komanton na kabiri be banko sendi kanto la kabiri tubabol banko sendi kanto ya jele ko ni banko ate tano la katun ko banko ni amam fen soto ni alon ko aba fan sambanyola wala tina ye kungodi e singo muta for 1970 wotumole inata e mola so ni a jube sainte ni mo ba jura kanne monata na wobe ke kan
The Gambia continue on
mba jura kanne aketa lungoti mi alon ko akuma ata bakele because ndol damma manke moti mi alon ko kanyi ni lungo bankol be mi alon ko wolle tartanu wandi marado kono kanyi lungo jurale wulatna akuma ata bakele bari quand même foye trop ka jura nyami nyanta ko wala falinna ngajibe be min fenne natila comme ni ajibe don Tanzania serum itele yela independent jura ne dole natina mi yalon ko ay mo be sewondile ay mo contane bakele andu e banko fanan tanka komi ami kanyum kodi jama dumbe lunkelen kono mi yalon ko abe tola monitor wati dantanna sondel fana nyanda ko sim fasi fale tala ka jibe ko be men kala mi yalon ko manka ko kudi mi yalon ko mbake kan aka munta ko everyday ide ni tare jonkon kono ni ke ku ka jio sodi kungola sometimes fana ni tare jonkon kono adati ni singolla singol fana kala no ko yarfa ha aka munta ko wato wate manke last bari ide kabiri min nay wuluda ni ke ku ka jio sodi kunka everyday the same thing na meta ka fenkele so wala tan yanda ka ko jibele nyanda ka nyulungo nyimba jura la sometimes nyanda ka kuol tale mi alon ko nga dedicate kuol mi alon ko let's say this year bojeto mi alon ko bida kan independence celebration nga dundi jata kende yalla nga dundi jata kende yalla o fana be keno la nyami nyanda murum bankol ye mol so mi alon ko wolle be nyaton ka ese kari saba kari nani janni independence kasi wolle fintina ini molle kacca ka fu molle ko ni nan sango lafta ka banko ni jurale bari lafta ni nekela ale mu ne mi radio
and gratitude
So,
to Almighty God.
we will
Stand here
take a pause here for now. We had earlier, prior to independence, we engaged Hasum Sise, who is the director of the National Center for Art and Culture. He's actually a writer and also a historian who knows the history of this country. So we will give you a synopsis of what actually transpired between us, the Fatu Network, and Hasum Sise. Thank you so much for granting us this interview, despite the fact that it's a short notice. First and foremost, the Gambia would be celebrating its Diamond Jubilee tomorrow. So on this note, we will just want you to first take us a reflection of the earlier years of the Gambia's independence back in 1965 or before 1965.
Thank you very much, Hasum Sise. I want to say that 60 years ago, there was a lot of doubt about the ability of our country to survive as an independent sovereign state. And the doubt was, well informed, frankly speaking. It wasn't, out of malice or anything. It was well informed. Economically, we only had groundnuts as the mainstay of the economy. There was no industry, there was no tourism, there were no services. It's only groundnuts. Okay, such that there was a lot of, speculation about economic viability of the country. Politically, there were ideas being floated about the Gambia being merged into Senegal as the 8th region of Senegal, or there was even something called the Malta Plan, something like half independence, where some aspects will be run locally, while some aspects will still be handled in London. Okay. Number 3. And the country was heavily divided because the British had this divide and rule policy of protectorate and colony. If you are in Bathos, Bakau, Serekunda, you had all the advantages, okay? But if you live in Bara and anywhere else in the rural areas, you live in a completely different world. So this, kind of, divide affected even the psyche and the mentality of a lot of Gambians, because really it was like one country, two systems. So, in terms of infrastructure also, there was almost nothing. We did not have a road network. If you wanted to travel to Basse or to Kuntaur,
with Hasum Sise, who is a historian and also the director, a writer, and also the director of the National Center for Art and Culture. Baningol Hanifo Sankal Yitande Alako Mbe Makati Square Jang Banjul Lungo Mbe Gambiel Bala Sanji Tangworo Jurala Lungo Mina ye Fansoto Tubabolia Bi na Jube Ngajele ko Luntan Jama Balbe Nala Silo Kang Senegal la President Wolom Basiru Jamal Faye fanan be silo kan a jitana airport do ate mela fanan be futana nan jang nga Sierra Leone fanan la president of fanan abe famen nana janne anin luntan dol fanan bebe nala janne bari mama kamuru naite fe bi nyin lungo ni a jube bi mbe lungo nyin jura kan bari hanni a jube mo jama bal ya jele ko ima kala muta mulbe caring bi ise mone kala motara molye monebe sotorim bi anin wolung otumo independence ka celebrate nyani anin bi mone falling min falling jeje anun falang mone nyanta kela pour ka je ko alungoning a jura nya aseke pour mol be ya lonko ni lungo fodara
nsi demanding fono kuno na kuto because nsi ka nyaanyorende kuno mbaji be kan tele tole kuno mbaji be kan television tole kuno at least safo ko o time be no karambo wona ka opportunity men so ka je ko neko ko
as we await member of the honorable speaker of the National Assembly,
neko independent be kene ika sewole ika
permit me to introduce the parade of security forces before us this morning.
Basila B nganajibi
The parade for the 60th independence anniversary
independent be kene atmosphere
celebrations
kuno anembi
is composed of personnel
mo jama ke ngini ka ko je for independent
from the Gambian Armed Forces
send for imamu kul kala mo nyame
and also other security services
do bije abe
under the
basi
Ministry of
do
Interior
bije abe kian do bije abe bade
and also
ala
the
taka
Ministry of
independent
Finance.
thank but sila independent nga sake no nyadi la nta decentralized
The officer leading this parade
independent
is the parade commander is Lieutenant Colonel Armando Jackson.
basically no ube pour ka je ko mobi
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor and privilege to announce the arrival of the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Babakay Tompong Jackson.
So
You are welcome.
ka decentralized independent celebrate chana
In a short while,
engagement of
as we go to the climax, to the commencement of proceedings, we shall be receiving the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, His Excellency Mohamed B.S. Jaro. This entrance shall be followed by the arrival of the invited heads of states and governments. We are expecting the arrival of the President of the Republic of Senegal to be followed by the arrival of the President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau.
What is very sad katara bito
However, before we
for independent bekeri
get to
nyaade
that stage,
bangodi ngol mukalamata
permit me to continue with the
something is from
introduction
somewhere and that
of the
something
parade of security
needs to be
forces
right
before us
pour
this
mo
morning.
yakalamuta membekeri
The parade
is
commander
wrong
is Lieutenant
somewhere.
Colonel Armando J. Jata.
It's a demanding kundu mole ya fo mole where is it wrong nyanta mune kala pour wo dula ton ya men ko is wrong anyanta ga ko don yamin nati nan ka independence nyin ka decentralized amun ku kendol but fo wo be plan so le kono ba
National Guard.
with all the events women be attend ning mazakunda rafin toto wala ku kota wan nan ma mo dar
He is ably assisted
ikafu be independent
by the parade security command.
I don't even know whether they even have it in their
We
plan.
see Superintendent
But
Lamin Bisa
of
the Gambia Police Force.
Ka make so ku na ke wanyam. Anum pa na ko ni something is wrong somewhere. Bole mo nyinti ko min mo nyu ya fanya dawda ya fanya me na na corruption auto anin tanko ni fanko. Ikaje because B ninte belar nda bungon nte bakuma fole ni belar nda bungon. Ni belala. Hanen na bungo be la. Nsi wuli ko take ngata mbe bundal jibela mbe paranterol jibela mbe ku ko
The parade commander
bar
is
kunu
ably
ko
assisted
mbama
by
jawal kuno sikedi ni woto nyawnya ndende mbuka mbama ya wuli
Chief Superintendent of Bisa of the Gambia Police Force.
fo mbitankarinda mbuka mbamba ya mbuka mbuka wala je wuli bari bi nta fo nta ka wuli ka next word la ji obe ko
Parade is composed of several detachments. As I introduce them, starting from the parade or the detachments who are extreme left. The first detachment to our far left is the Gambia National Army Male Detachment, which is the one in front. It's led by Captain Sisao Tama.
So you could hear from the background what is actually happening. So ngamuru na paling Daudati Dauda niya jube bangkum be alungo mumbalti bari jele ko a lot of people ya foko lungo alianta celebrate in a different way niya jube sanyi tangworo be sanyi tangworo amanke sanyi kari tangworo and a lot of things ku jamani anta kelale mol bankol ite mun journalist o ka funtele everyday mol ke kolle lungolung mol be kumbo kan ne ajube tiri kunun damma mburu manko be kering andu bi mo simiga ka foko be banko la sanji tan worle jurala.
Is led by Navy Lieutenant Lala Jai, assisted by Sub-Lieutenant Fatou Louis Demba to our right.
So, okay,
Sub-Lieutenant Kamara.
but let's talk about the ground first for people outside there.
Right behind
You
the
can see
Gambia Navy
the
Female
atmosphere
Detachment
out there.
is the Gambia Navy Male Detachment, led
Parade
by
has been
Navy Lieutenant
commanded
Ibrahim
by
Awasani,
Lieutenant Colonel
assisted by
Armando Jata. We must commend
Sub-Lieutenant
him for the brilliant work he is doing.
and
Akada
Sub-Lieutenant
kudi mi alonko akuma ata bakele purfana nga tentu nga jai because kanyimol be kake commandati amanke kuti mi alonko afe ata bakele ando amanke kuti mi alonko asone ata bakele bawo parel be nyari bakele mol bije mi alonko wolle be ko Gambia Armed Forces, Gambia Immigration Department, the Gambia Navy, the Battalion Guards, you have immigration, you have prison, you have the Gambia Fire and Rescue Service, and the Gambia Prison Services, and the more cotton mi alonko wolle be nyarim bi yin fum kutol le dong ani samata kutol mi alonko depends of na bota namujo la aranke sokono akuma ata bakele bawo tilobe kandirim fanan ke be fanan tentu ke jay ngajele ko aman sone antel be sirin de ben ko hani wo tilobe mol jani kanne bawo melbe sirin banta fanan yalla ko be lori nyin tilo ko pour kaje ko momo nata jang na saita fanan ni kube saila ko mi yalla ko ba fala dara Gambia le ngela independent juraro mabeta la bari aketa nyamin fanan anyi nyata aben kuta bakele wolon ko ngasi don be tentu ngeje pour kaje ko tan ko sabati atanye ground because mo jamal le kanaja mo jamal boda dula to mialo ko ini kairo le boda je ina raja so ina da kamul mabe
The first president and then the second lady, Madam Fatma Baro, and then Sergeant Balo actually arrived here on the ground. From the screens you could see the two ladies, let me just say the two lieutenants of the president are marching to the ground. That shows that men cannot succeed without women, and every successful man there is a caring and a loving woman standing by his side. So we will actually acknowledge that fact, and then ngamuro na ila kumo follow.
Coming soto mi alon ko bengoñi kono because bengoñi aketa nyawnya de nit ñi mo fulo mo mabe jang be ku dole fola because it le keta Gambia bi nimbe ba fola lady Sadio Mbalo Baro and Fatoumata Ba Baro dole ko mande nañol la bi mi alon ko banko la ko nañol ba momo e na soto bari generally today ikemale be mararo so they are the mothers of the nation so hani bi ngamuru ila diamo kan ko mi ngafu ko man to nyame ni ngo ka jura kuma da bakele moto so la bare a jurar nyanyanta ko le falin kaje ko sanji kilin sanji fula ngakudol ke mial ko nene majura nyasi fake let's say ani kodo bondi teacher solve protest kan wato wade salary buka dunga wato la salary buka na fem buka na allowance buka na ngaje ko nyinan abe yalla manso ni be mansa yalla ite mo be fa ite mo be nyaajo fitano la wadi kilin ite mo be nyaajo fitano la sanji kilin bari ni ka ko wato wade nyindo ni mobe ada ko ma josi kay defane ko no josi ni ko mutije sol fane lesse this year nga aranke so ni dépense mi yango yanda ka duddi celebration ko no nga duddi security ni education next year nga duddi ni health ni agriculture bajal ko bol bitala because jang moti jam yalla ko sa fono na hajide security bala na hajide education bala na hajide agriculture na hajide health bala so e kamul mako ten e ka sector le jibe yalla ko in sector wo bele sura tala ikata private wo ikata in the public wo sura tala le so hanibi let me just delve a little bit in the floor because I know I'm the only one here.
We will allow you to actually
at least
Muslim son dara menen do to Independent Stadium sorry Makati Square me nyalande hande Gambiano hebi dubi chapande jego jila hebi hore mabbe sengo tuba kobe hande sai sandare chagala ga wala bawga aye wonde ma kala mo yida hande no laba no wati uniform keso menen kadi men mari hobbe be anduda woni Senegal president mabbe no Murtani kadi no do e Sierra Leone e wobbe go kadi fobe ari do hande dawda hande nyalande yuragol nyalande hande ko holnum dum firti e tarika Gambia
allo a jarama bade kala do musido woni darde rek diya on jarama hande woni nyalande anda ko nyalande teddunde e nder leydi Gambia because duubi capande jeego bawo do ko de nyalande hande 18 February dum woni lewru February no wonde balde mun sappo e jeetati ko de woni nyalande tuwa ko be biene enen kala joni enen mbaawi hande ko e menen ko ni wayno ta ko suka rek ayda jangina mo hono o yarata hanyande o waawi yago yam joni watto bade ma yaha so ko denyande okkano den ko e meden wonden leydi ni anduda enen kadi en badi independent joni dum woni eden mbaawi hande ko e meden eden mbaawi wadde feere janginen ko e men eden mbaawi wadde feere janginen ko e men eden mbaawi wadde feere komi danden ko e meden dum woni sengo security eden mbaawi wadde feere kadi dabben golle de ganduda mojjinen golle kadi dum enen ko dum balanten ko e meden taw en jakurani goddo ha tawi on wadani tan dum nafata enen so ko dum woni nyalande ganduda ko nyalande wonde important ko teddunde musibam fulbe kala do bawdo darde tan hande ko dum woni do men Makati Square e nder leydi e nder Banjul ko do woni capital monda ko do Gambia ko do woni capital o ko do witeno Batos hande non ko Banjul wite ba en kebi independence e adanama inde hesere
so joni do hande nyalande odo nyalande woni dubi chapande jego chagal
so it is all about we have Tagagol escorts
woni tobacco be flag
flag
Gambia
single
hande den enen wada celebrate 60 years
the judgment number 11
sandari
is the Gambia Immigration Department
ko heewi no hen bokki
Gambia Immigration Department
kadi anda hande ko heewi
in front we have the judgment
hande ko honnum dum firti
by Deputy Superintendent of Education
Gambia
Maimouna Kawali
ay aliou ko dum woni tan min sa lamdi mama ko howe feeli mi yamma ko National Council for Civic Education ko ngal woni damal laamu ngalanda ko be foti darade gandina bibbe leydi di e wonbe nder leydi ni ko hodum woni right men ko won tuba ko don dole mu en nder leydi ko hodum woni wongol biddo leydi because sa woni biddo leydi a foti ande ko hodum woni biddo leydi wona jibine da e leydi tan woni ko biddo leydi ada wawi jibine e leydi ko na anda hay hunde e leydi de an ka biddo leydi ko biddo leydi manuda o anda fush e nder leydi so joni de nyalande ko anduda sa yalti do hay e nder Banjul sa wawi sa lamdima bay ko do watte maybe hiddo fona ande why maybe sa landima yimbe be anda sa ko honde ko independence ko National Council for Civic Education be foti darade be jangina yimbe be independence be jangina yimbe be on woni dole biddo leydi wonum dole biddo leydi hoɗum podda wadande leydi mane ndi si leydi marani kadi yeso joom mbarani ko hoɗum biddo leydi dole hebi toon because anda yeddo leydi ne yimbe be de jodi de yama min lamdo ko Allah subhanahu lamdo yimbe foti andi ko Allah subhanahu lamdo ko yimbe woranto lamdo si lamdo wadi wada do yama nyande Allah iti mo kala mo iwat so ko dum tagi be anda dole mabbe de se andi dole mada de anda Allah kala ko wata ko sabu wata
kono sandari kadi national government sandari golle mabbe e dole mabbe ayat wonde be wata wonde sabu hay ko hay dépense yondo be hebani dum
be hebata dépense be warani golle de kadi di min anga medi the National Council for Civic Education sa la when last yida be wada programme be anduda ko wada sensitize the public so what goal sensitize so na bana rek a windi bana happy independent min mama mo jangani all one independent o yina dal maybe o hetina nadal ko Aliou Diallo wondo way anda ay inde marinde o anda so ay had to yimbe be andinabe ko dum woni dum ko dum woni dum ko dum woni dum ayat jango kala be hado ko demgal kadi ko be nanata pulle jolfe cedde sarankulleje jolaje manjakoje serelaje kala demgal be nanade de halan be dum ko dum woni golle ma ko dum woni golle ma an ka bido leydi ko dum fotanda wade leydi ni leydi ko dum foti ma wadande ayat on do kadi anda ayat Gambia do himbe jodi dulade ayat Gambia flag na immine a people de imbe de yaha Gambia flag na immine himbe de yaha jotto hajuma national anthem ayat national anthem no nodde ayat wimbo be jodi be wadi ni juude mabbe de woɓɓe ɓe sikki koɓe watta ko maybe ɗum ko goɗɗo woodi ɗum ɓe sikki Gambia flag o ko government woodi ɗum maybe ɓe sikki national anthem o ko government na waɗani hen ɓe anda hono nafaka ɗum so ko ɗum sometimes a watta yimɓe ɓe blame so a yi neɗɗo ɗum waɗa hunde tan a yiya national anthem imagine national anthem na no nodde a yiya yimɓe no ila football na continue golle maɓɓe no doga woɓɓe no jooɗi woɓɓe no ndere ɓe famani c'est a famille da isa famille dan what with the rights goes with responsibilities you know your rights and know your responsibilities and when this too much you do them in a
my two colleagues here cannot actually speak Jola but I'll actually help my fellow Jola the network
Captain Mahmoud Koli
live
is Sergeant Nongo Basiru assisted by Corporal
February 1965.
Corporal
Gambia no ku bajum funa
the parade regimental sergeant major is responsible for the admin and operations
ku lañanum
of
the
other ranks.
manko ne kabirin
Is warrant officer class 1 Jami Esa,
junior bane moji
and he is being assisted
so
by conducting warrant officer class 2 Keita Abdullah
wonum funa
and warrant officer class 2 Jame
Buba Gambia fanga foli tato ko wale num flag
the parade adjutant
manku rammen flag
is an officer of the Gambia Armed Forces.
so ja
That's the responsibility
aw diker ja bolanka mo
providing the necessary logistics
ku jabono buron ko babe
administrative support
diker ja communautaire ak
to this
communautaire no baaj ko Gambia prison service no baaj Gambia police force ko babe no baaj immigration no baaj the first infantry battalion ko ana sanu diker ja o mana nice o mana jike o mana lake but funa fadi funa fomo
ina nevi la karola
Gambia no baaj baaj ko jabono man man ko fana ko ba bulu babe ko ba jo babe
wala mu
Sénégal on basiru ma fay ko fana njaat o be ka mabe di funa kafe baya ba sere do president ngali o be jo di poret Mauritania ko buron ko jabro manje ko be jo ka mabe funa hon manje fo Gambia noy bajum fanga folio sa jaat no kane wolom tade baru jukerja funa kafe funa foma le funa fasiku barka jube ko jojo mati ko funa kafe no wandu celebrate baru jukerja kabiring 1965 be jaar ni waja bay tar sa dawla kara ba jawara on first president o atikum mala joro mati ko kutuba ba ko lanyen mo fa molla na wujum to o kona la ko man 1994 July 22nd no yaya jamme o fana jalo di manta kunda yola o fana la ko la ta man 2016 no nan Gambia kan no tarika ko ko change presidency from the ballot box jat u jaja ko Adam Barrow on ma president jat wonu jat wonu jukum tare jat wonu unfortunately kani la kom tare ko kono ko jam ko yola bari kulu kata mano sani mun jukum mano sani wonni wonde baje babe nuyu senu mati ko jat fula cafe tare di Makati Square ko la ko ta to ko wala dum flaketi kuluma ko ren flaketi Gambia let me now come back to Mandinka ubaja echenge pore hani pore mu drop the comment section wan sa wonu bañu ma pour cheng ni moment ka jube
service fanang bi
mari fana ka ko wonu kana wonu celebrate nikel manam to bar ko burom di man so la but ja munu mission mate ko funa kafe
majo ki mu yalla Gambia to butala
kuliya di sitare ka sadi Gambia
wala wala nyama jang saim bat rube caring bawo
60 years yo kan en kankan nen anyi law
yalla wala mo na pro Guinea Bissau nen Senegal
be ko do manon sani be funa fo beri
o beri ko ya wala banko nya do ko dis excellence president
Adama so Gambia mo yo non deno before 1965 but jaar kabiri 1965 be jaar ani la joro mon Gambia man mo vice president bi jam so kunda ko kumbal bele bi jang mamam be tefa nga
ni bi jang nga ni mu yalla ko be siri ngi te
ko kala nya mo xam ko baji ke bati ko mo xam le mu jaw foccu ka tuwa ubaji ta hani wa ko manje wo ngol ko wa ta ci la ku ke kenn bajam ka manje ko no be am te ngaray ko banko le ko so bajta diamond bajta golu bajta wala sani bar hani mo ko kane ko wasene fuko bi ku sofulo jot man tebe 1917 na ko e fani nya mo kem mo kay sen mati ko ja tare di Makati Square tare live on Fatou Network wolom da celebrate 60 years of Gambia's independence mama I know for sure ilas surwa kan o man senia bake bar sa try no ngadi katun Gambia amake cycling nekkul benn réew dañ fi am xeet yu bari waaye daal foog naa fi Gambie bi ñu bari dégg neen mooy olof soose ak joola ak yeneen yi suma mbokki saraxule yi daal dañoo wax ne mun naan dama bayas waaye xam nga saraxule ak séeréer ñoom jaara important moo tax il faut ñu lii ne ko waaye tey bés bi
police ban
képp ku nga xam ne Gambien la ak képp ku nga xam ne yaa ngi fi si Gambia pour gis ne mooy dafa mel ni doom bi dafa am boppam boo xoolee 18 février
Alaaji Bakary
mooy bés
boo xaar léegi tey mu yegsi
Union Jack bi
léegi tey ñu am mbégte
wane ko ne
léegi tey ñu am lu ñuy fàttaliku at ba at mi jeex
mun naa yóbbu
ndax match pass yi Sidi dafay tax yow sa xel du daj dara lu mooy man tey ma dogu ma nekkoon soldat wala ma nekk police
Mom, Aja Juma Jallo is just coming. I think this is just something that is having our grandma, the country's grandma on the ground as well, to celebrate this day. I wish we could have get the opportunity to sit her down here so she could also tell us how it was, because she is someone who has witnessed all what we are just narrating here based on history, but she is someone who could have just tell us exactly what happened, where it happened, how it happened, and she is the type of people that can tell you factual history.
Maybe I don't know nothing about Sadauda, so all I know is, but let's come back to the whole of version of it. Let me allow Mama to. Wow.
We celebrate 60 years. 60 years, yes. I'm not so long about celebrate.
Wa mu nga wa guy tuti ka moy ku wacca ni legi ni.
Okay, legi ni ku wacca ni mo nek yaay president yaayam mo wacca legi ni. moom nit la ko xamante ne comme Dawda lu ko waxee rek si angale bi mooy nit la ko xamante ne mën nañu wax comme buñ amee indépendance bi si bés bu toll nii understand so comme moo nekk yaay président di maami réew Gambia so moom kay mën nañu nattali lu bëri when it comes to
xam naa ne dafa nekk bési kontaanam si moom
exactly waaw bési kontaan na tamit nga gis sa doom bu nga jur nga gis ko di nekk président bi jamono bi di toll bés ba Gambia dara la loo xamante ne
big
Bana, and it can make you happy as well.
Wow, why?
Exactly.
Why you tuti si bisim bes bi tay?
Wow.
Si ground bi ña commencé ko si ground bi tay. Boo xoolee ground bi dafa signify lu bëri si fii te ñu ngi fi toog 1965 man ak yow tooguñ fi woon waaye tey ñu ngi fi toog tey.
Tey bés la bés boo xamante ne am na solo bu baax soo xoolee suñu gannaaw da ngay gis ay different officers ngay gis foofu noonu ci gannaaw da ngay gis Gambia Police Force di nga gis immigration di nga gis fire service di nga gis Gambia Radio Gambia GRA Gambia Revenue Authority ak yeneen security forces di nga gis guys si gannaaw te guys seen sanse bi macha allah rafet na te jaar na yoon man sax su ma ko mënee ba mun I would want to come wearing their uniform. Exactly, parce que soo xoolee gars yi nu mu dressé soo xoolee gars yi nu mu nekk di matché everything daf la dee inspire ba yow sa bopp sax nga bëgg a nekk gars yi lu mu doon. waa xam nga tamit easy wut tamit ngay taxaw
waaye tam
si ron
ma ñëw si yow journaliste nga xam nga ñu bëri yi nga xam ne moo nekk di daw si réew mi fii ñu bëri gom nañ ne tey bésim tey bi war nañ ko célébrer differently ñeneen ñu ngi fi ñu ngi kontaan waaye am na ñu nga xam ne ñu ngi si kër bi kontaanul waaye te
let's have the police PRO we discuss with
so mun naa am nañoo invite police PRO bi pour mu mun a ñëw wax tuuti si bésim tey bi xam nañ ko mu ngi nii ASP Mamadou Moussa Sissaho mu ngi nii tey teewu fii nii bokka fii mu ngi rafet lool mu mun ñu wax tuuti si bésim tey waaye balaa may ma ko invite ma bàyyi la nga daane sa kàddu foos waaye mu jëla ko place am tuuti.
waaw comme ni ma ko doon waxee rek bés boo xamante ne bés bu baax la it's very very important anyway but dangay xool ne am na yu bari yu nekk si gannaaw soo seetee nit ñi yaa ngi si kër gi ñu naan kontaan ñeneen ñi kontaanul waaw soo xoolee bésitaan tamit suñu awareness bi parce que si bés bi dafa des bu baax. understand comme dañu war a am awareness boo xam ne because am nañ
boo waxee awareness lan mooy awareness because man suma yaay wala suma baay xamul lan mooy awareness.
waaw comme mooy di jàngal nit ñi di xamal nit ñi ne bés independent bi bés bi la te bés independent muy ban bési independent
lan la
miin si nit ñi dinañ ko understand ñi dinañ ko xam te si boobaa ñëpp dinañ si bokk waaw comme ni ma ko waxee si kàllaama soose mooy comme independent bi man suma opinion mooy dafa war a décentralise independent warut a nekk comme kenn kese parce que am nañ Gambien ñu nekk Basel am nañ Gambien ñu nekk Kiyang Point Kartong gis nga waa léegi naka la ñuy def bu ñu ngi tamit fil ne gars yi dañ bokk si independent bi mooy ñu am independent bi di celebrate nationwide loolu tamit dina dimbale bu baax bu boobaa nit ñi dinañ xam independent nit ñi dinañ bokk.
Well, Legi, ma tontu, with me here, I have a fine gentleman who today I might not recognize simply because of his attire today. But first and foremost, I have the police PRO, who is no other person but ASP Mamadou Sissaho. Welcome to the Fatu Network. You are here to actually grace the Gambia's Diamond Jubilee or 60th independence.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me on Fatu Network. I'm a very happy and proud person today to be among Gambians today to celebrate yet another anniversary, but the 60-year Diamond Jubilee of the Gambia. You know, where we started 60 years ago, our founding fathers, I'm quite sure, are very proud of us. When they actually started, it was called a probable nation, a nation that may not succeed to become a nation, but here we are today, 60 years. And I'm really pleased to be here, and that they have tried very well for us to be here today. Now it is us as Gambians to work together and see that the Gambia is where we want it to be.
We are told that the Excellency Mamadou B.S. Jallo, that's the Gambia's Vice President, is actually on the ground. He was earlier on at the airport trying to welcome some of the guests that were coming into the country. That was just a brief. Now, 60 years down the line, we've seen a lot of transformation. And of course, the Gambia Police Force cannot be left out in terms of their contribution towards this day. Today, a lot of things that actually happens, people peg it on the Gambia Police Force. Now, tell us a little bit about what's the Gambia Police Force doing in trying to mitigate, crime, and also, ensuring that lives and properties are actually secured. Because when we are celebrating independence, we cannot leave out security.
Thank you, Aliu. Thank you so much. I think it's important that we have gone a long way. The Gambia Police Force from inception 1855 to date, a lot has happened, a lot has changed, and especially from 2017 to date. We've said that we had 20 years of dictatorship where the Gambia Police Force was actually benched on the orders of the executive, the president, who was assumed to be a dictator, that everybody, including the Gambia Police Force, were just doing what he wishes. And the TRRC has shown that some of our officers actually confessed to have acted in a way that they're supposed not to be. And 2017 to date, we have seen a lot of transformation, a lot of reform. And we are aware of the security sector reform, of which the Gambia Police Force is championing. The Gambia Police Force is not left behind. And this is demonstrated by the recent changes, the recent advancement and development as far as the Gambia Police Force is concerned. Firstly, from the leadership commitment to public safety, and that is important to ensure that the Gambia Police Force is here to serve the people, the public, in maintaining security and peace. We have also seen new units came into being. We had complaint and discipline, but officially we have what we call human rights and professional standard unit, which goes to show that the Gambia Police Force is recognition of the fact that democratic policing is the way forward. And we also have, in our investigation department, we have the forensics. For the first time, the Gambia Police Force would not go outside in terms of DNA analysis, fingerprint, and you name it. And also we have, alongside that, we have the CSIs who will go on the ground and collect samples. And of recent, we also have on our traffic unit what we call the highway patrols in trying to control, because of recent we have seen the OIC road, which also requires a way of maintaining the highway in terms of incidents of accident reduction. There had been reports of fatal accident around there, so the highway patrol has contributed towards that reduction. And this is just and most importantly, my unit, I wouldn't forget that the public relations office, you would agree with me that of recent, all of this goes to show the commitment of the Gambia Police Force. And I'm sure this 2020, this Diamond Jubilee is significant of that, but that is actually going to continue for the Gambia Police Force.
Actually highlighted key achievements that the Gambia Police Force have been registered from 2017 to date, but yet there are a lot of challenges, and the issue of insecurity is something that is still looming into the minds of people. Of recent, we've seen a surge in multiple armed robberies, and then 60 years down the line, what is the Gambia Police Force doing actually to mitigate, the high rate of armed robbery across the nation? Because just 2 days ago or yesterday, there was a reported case of an armed robbery in Farafenni.
Yes, you're quite right. I think we have to understand that the dynamics, things have changed in this country. The Gambia has changed, the economic landscape has changed. So is the security of this country has changed. It also goes to show that at least, yes, we are advancing. As a nation, we are advancing, because it's where advancement is where you see people coming in, committing such kind of crimes, and these are alien to the country. But again, we have to be aware of the fact that there is this migration going in and out of the country, people coming into the country, and in as much as people are coming into the country, the good ones among them also will have the bad ones. You understand? But again, like you mentioned, it is our responsibility as a police force to be able to provide that environment. But like I always say, that is especially to the criminals. They are criminals. That's their job. But it's our job also to prevent. Where we cannot prevent, we will search, investigate, and we will arrest. And when we arrest, we will prosecute. This is what the Gambia Police is for. We may not be able to prevent all crimes, we might not. It's not even possible, it's not feasible at all. But where we are unable to prevent these armed robberies, we will search for them and we will apprehend them. And when we do apprehend them, we will prosecute them. That's the function of the Gambia Police.
60 years today, I'm sure on this very day, the Gambia Police Force must have had a resolution moving forward in addressing some of these challenges, some of the insecurities that, or the complaints that Gambians are registering every day. Because moving on from today, we want to see a change. Now, what's the Gambia Police Force resolution as we mark Gambia's 60th independence?
Yes. What I would want to say is this. It is important for us to recognize that because the Gambia is developing, we are bound to see all kinds of crimes. It is the position of the Gambia Police that Gambia Police Force will diversify its operations to enhance, to incorporate all of this kind of crime. Because you mentioned earlier, armed robbery. We might not say it has not been the case in this country, because we are very minimal. But of recent, we have seen a high number of cases of armed robbery, despite the fact that we even arrested others. Despite the facts of arrest, but we still saw 2 days ago, cases of armed robbery. Yeah, this is to show that yes, we have a lot to do, and the Gambia Police Force is recognizant, is aware of this, and that the Gambia Police Force leadership has taken steps. One of the steps, most important, is at the leadership level to recognize and understand what is this, and what are the needs, and what is the way forward. We have been having meetings with our regional commands across the country. Region, we have the West Coast, Banjul, KM. Also, you are coming to the headquarters. Have a sit down with them, be able to understand how can we support them at the level of the headquarters to be able to provide the security that is required. And this is what the Gambia Police Force will continue to do.
Of course, we have na bari ngol dialong ko imang angale ka ko anung torofe min boda police wal ya ka botele bala before mol balona bimbe sirinja ka 60 years Gambia la sanyi tangoro fanso to dura anum polisol ite bulan wala koma kado ni ajube la mandatol siata anum mo jama balbe senen jang min fengo fen min keta ka fo polisol afo moli bi polisol be mun fanna fo keka pour ka je ko crime sol mi yalon ko yo solo kam banko kana iba banda
bimu ngo di me yalon ko lunkum ma bale mo ro me yalon ko nyon tala bi bay di bi Gambia sanji tan woro Gambia fang soto tuba mo bi lam sanji tan woro mo lungu de mo men ka kuma ta bake bimbe sewo bu bake bay di ala ngata ke dem mol ko men yalon ko wol baluta fo kam bi bay di mol le soto tan men yalon ko wolle kilo ke fo Gambia sa fango soto mo mol bi be daoda bi ngala be jusulari bake Gambia bi fo sanji tan woro katu wato men na Gambia e bay fanta kan tubabol bulu tubabol ko Gambia ta fan sambano badi wota mo Gambia do yari na fulo fanta keri bari bi alhamdulillah Gambia na da fa lota da sim fulo la fo bimbe sanji tan woro be celebration o ke kanja mo kutu men ka ko mata bake hade
saying ajele ko lol min tamela nyin karlo fo kunun ko problem be siari mbake mol be nyapi ngol be siari mbake ka dum amrobal ngajelo ko ha police on be la kata ko ke kanne pour ka je ko ka mol ka do arrest bar han fo say ako nyimbe condamné afo mone police on be mune ke kan pour ka je ko nyin ko ay bang nyim bang ko hanna mam bang but ay tala because ngaje ko nyim man sotonu jang sanyi dantang
ni ko security bole nyamo banko na be develop kan dron ikaje baydi mol le ka dum ka fundi dol kana banko ka nyini dol la dol fana kata banko dol ka ando ni mol kana dron kurungol nin kendol bele kanana bala kumata bake wala atin na Gambia police aussi alon ko tonya development wala kanyin sabu kurungol ka dun na ka kul ke banko ka men ko banko mo lon ni wala ka fo ko ha amro banko soto banko ka askeno wota sabata la bari a nyin kenya o man soto no baydi ata da fotembe soto nga mol ta ngi arbati wo ko la fa ya fa nyame hani kunun ko dron nga do fana report do soto ko amro bele kita farafenye mafa so kumata bake wo kame hitan dron Gambia Police Force ya kala mutala ko membe kiri andu la responsibility la lon kangolem kaje ko security la fannala ye lo ye kato beke kaje ko yanda kamen ki kawole ke wolem ka lon ko security afalinta nyum banko kan kurungo sifa bele bidan andu ngo kala mutale baydi ni ya korosi bake ndo fanana bundal to kabin 1965 kana bi police fana transformation jam alle soto ya faham fo wata tambi danga lon ne ko wata tambi yan TRC ya itande ko ya jam na 22 years ko no muddi tan possible de police ol fankata mo dum ko ya jamme ki mutale ka kurun ya ka nyim banko ka andum TRRC police ol nata kay tan ko to yo barol kele bari 2016 17 kana fo bi kabrim falingo keta e ka fo me ko security sector reform wala ko security e faling ita mandir nyal fali e ke molti mena lam ko be mol na fala banko mol be tamande na wala silol la wala police ol la fana ka fo democratic police ko kulti me ko Gambia police fo ya nyaton kaya andum e falingol ke kan ne ka me reform ol be ke kan no fannal la wol kono la badi police te keno la foyo jorangol soto jorangol menen ko do ko kena wol wo jorangol ni investigation na fanna la nga fa jande ka me forensic lab wala ko nga bunda so me yalon ko ni moye kuruya ke membo ko mo fa wala sunyaro na fengo ni police on na taji la bunda ka me ko CSI wala ka ka sample ko le wala ni kana ka dulani jube ma sibo ke dame ka fengol bondi je ke samba labo ke wiste ka lon ko toñade karele na ta jang wala karning kar ya fa hamle ni dem kulet men yalon ko o ni ma sibo dol men yalon ko DNA analysis lem pour ka lon fo kari yelo ni kari lo taral walla ka bulol la fingerprints fo kol be jube ana nyongol na nyongol document forgery anol be ni dem kuli men ko ma sokko Gambia police force bare sande wonna ta ke kuli men ko Gambia police anasi men ko ma daw fana kono ni na traffic ma fa mobile traffic ma fa bunda exercise ka ko me ko highway patrol alon ko ay si wato kulle ke tan jang accident ngol siata mo ya samu ni bunda me yalla ko bunda ko ya yele pour ka je ko accident ngol ma koy no fannal da bage ni na ta kurungol la in general banko melen ka bitaka nyata be develop ka nyame ila fanko ka develop wala nyama kurungol fana ka develop wala nyama badi même ko mata je do wala Gambia police force ya lon ne ko a kurungol bi janne andi ka ke nyalde ke nyin tembe Gambia police be kato be ke kan ni na molbe ka kan ne ata regional beto fu basse ni ke nan fo Gambia police headquarters ni ka ka long la security bunda be nyane sula la mulle la molla anin jorangol pour ka yo ko security ni ba kino la je nyame hade musal tentu kalja yibake ali albe sungo menta kan kaje ko kabanko kankande because nana ta OIS lo wala mo ida accident mem moy OIS anim bi sai fata ka bake wala mo sa moy wato hati afla accident le jang moto kar bari silang ala ni police lo silo ka alhamdulillah wal to bonta bari silang tabin ni kala fanna nan wala ni diko ni musuru kita ni mo so ne da ka rob ya so de ani ka crime sin nyinta ka protect police ka kal bar silang aton ni nasa santa passive education alkal blue ni ko la ban ka jiko sita di zolo ka ko mo yeko ko min ni faru kata wala ko soro kata wasifal ka jiko pour ka mek so ka education santa ka protect alkal blue ni bulle ka jiko ale mo sita di ba kala mako ni ma ni soro kata da da ko ko ti ko ni police na tan ko bala ko ko na ba al senga wa je ko mo ya kala muda dum nga kala muda nga problem jamal la sodoje nga ko ya ku jamal la sodoje bunna la ne yalon ko ni mo faketa wala puketa ikaje mol ka dunnan kana crime sino ni kono akeda da mol ka dunjele ka dal mamman andu ne fem ma don ite la print la ka tuwo bala kaje ko ite le nyinke asikeno aka mol batan di bakele andu yemen fo wolem sensitization pour ka mol kala mutanda ko de menon ka kumata bakele ni mol be kata kanne o fannala bari civic education department hakima o ma folo manta o fannala ni ma blo di ñoko no bari na dawtale pour ka stakeholders GRTS ñol QTV pour ni kashano pour kana televisional to ade radio to pour ka mol ka canda fannala wo preparation be kerina as we speak nin na stakeholder kam ko GIZ ko GIZ be mo support kan in the forensic lab pour ka ko nyaadi len forensic lab o ñembe lola lo nya ken dola bari nga korosiro ke men na wala ko hanisa mol dal tam men na don ni ku kera mol kana do ñetti kan kumpolam yan kumpola ka mol na fenan dula bari ni mol na don e buka danka jubero ke do bari ka dum wol kono kol kita nyamen e kaje ka dalma e mena damel mala so ñimbe mu kula dem ko bonala ni sete juno ake ni mol ka kala mutandi ko ka tan di ko ning ñu ko kata alkana dunje wala ning ko kata alkana femma ngajiki o bekele ko dum ya ka ba contribute la ka mexo aussi fale fenge ba jele ko evidence ning amanta tampal andu wala ngani yo fangode ngani yo molde katani mbeta na ngani yo molde pour moli ya faham ko ni ku keta al polisol kumandi polisol bina nyanta kamen kiyake bari atul kana ke molde min kalbe dunna a kinya nyin kono ko nyin keta dame badi ya fanya sidla dulama wala e fentaje me alon ko evidence dem asimol ma ko na investigation ko halon jumani badi kurwol ni to ne ku kedo ka borale ya faham so awul kuma ta bakal hade
okay ngana last question wala be kala na jele ko security sector reform ko namande majere and last press briefing ning IGP that Sidi Mutar Touré ako among ala content code but I police almost say I will buy it pour kaje so moving forward albe mun ke kam pour kaje ko wo sector reform security sector reform ni albe min foka because katu mol jama balka police wol jay ko ni be silo kan wala ni ku kera rek ni $50 wala $100 dire rek ako ka banjel to
be ñama bu ñama badi falim ngom wato daga time leta it's a steady process falim ngom mo steady process leta so membe kere security sector reform la sako fanna membe dending police kurungol la medi kendol be dawda kurungol bi jele kadu wala wodi police kurungol the inspector general of police kay tandiro ko tonya ate ala kuma ko ngi lota hakanne ka je ko fem men ko security sector reform le mo la nyanto ka dila wo kono la mol ki sota men yalon ko kuriya ke la kuriya senata sabata ko kuriya ke la e bayle kilin defulade mais latest wono wala kita badala police me yalon ka tata mol tara kuriya la tay kuriya men wala siyada wala kuriya da tay men ya fahamle police yo fana bayle ya fahamle bundale bi je gambe police me yalon ko wala ka investigation ko police na kuriya ko wala ni police ni modun tan nyola wala police mo la fenta ma jobi ko amira ka tam police ya fahamle ina afuta ji ini wala diam wala investigation ka ko nyim fannala so nyim kulte me yalon ko abekela so kilin man be silo kan tallulu 50 to 25 ube ko la 50 ka buruka completely ube ko la hadama ya be wala nyama abe ko la be katol ke kan as an institution it's not professional at all ya fahamle bon be katol ke kan as an institution wala ya sa mi ngamo dan tombo ni alon ko ataka mo danaka mo
léegi tay président bi ak
danaka mo wuli fula police bi ko murundile police training school danaka kari woro pour kamuru
bala président bi ñew gannaaw boo xam ne vice président Mohamed
ongoing training is also part of the reform process ya fa by the police Bassirou Diomaye Faye nag ko ma fa ba da wat ni wadaki hakli bulandi do ko la lon kangol la ani mo ada min hade
nana nga mego yo waxon na ko itamel ne ko nana nga
bale so saying this is summary for the suba xam because suñ mbokki olof yi ak mbokki police ñu nit tok xam naa ne jola ak séeréer yi ñoom important te dégguloo jola so léegi da nga bëgg rek nga a little bit loo fi wax rek si soo xoolee tey ñu fi toog si Makati Square bés bu nga xam ne bés bu rëy la ñu fi di celebrate 60 years of Gambia's independence te fàlloog police yi yéen da ngeen taxaw bu xam ne kenn mënul leen génne si mbir te lu xew lu si dëkk bi fii nii lépp lu xew si dëkk bi lu baax ak lu bon yëpp especially lu bon yëpp si police yi leen ko dee daane
jërëjëf kontaan naa trop njëlbeen bi kontaan naa pour nekk fii bokk si ñoo xam ne comme yow ak keneen si Gambie bi tey bokk si celebration boo xam ne 60 years of our independence tey dafa den bés boo xam ne bés bu am solo la si man te xam naa si ñëpp la te ñu ngi rafetalu suñ ñu jiitu fii ñoo xam ne ñoo nekkoon fii nu balaa tey ñuy fight ñu gis ne daal ñu am independence bi dañ ko xeex bi amoon na jamono yoo xam ne dañ ne woon dëkk bi du dem loolu la mën a am independence loolu la mën a yóbbu seen bopp loolu mën a moom seen bopp waaye gars yi taxaw daal dem dégg ñu ne déedéet ñun mën nañ seen bopp ñu mën a yóbbu seen bopp ko ñun ñoo fi nekkoon balaa ngeen di ñëw rek ngeen jaxase ñu divide everywhere waaye fu mu toll nii doy na dem la waaye sant yàlla kontaan naa di ko ñëw fu ñu nekk jamono bii nii ñoom xam naa seen xol yëpp fees nañ fi mu toll nii alhamdulilah waaw waaye ba tey nag comme wax si wàllu Gambia Police Force in general xam nañ ne Gambia Police Force since 1855 daanaka la commencé si time yi colonial yi la si commencé waaye bi ñu amee independence 1965 ba ñëw tey ba 2017 bi ñu amee dictatorship 20 years loolu yëpp transformation la boo xam ne Gambia Police Force bi dugg na boo xam ne ne jamono time yi Jawara amoon nañ ay democratic police yoo xam ne mu ngi fa waaye bi Yaya Jammeh ñëwee ni ñuy wax nañ ne ko du 20 years yëpp dictatorship la moom lu mu bugg mooy am moom faalewut loi lu mu bugg mooy am te loolu TRRC bi wane na kon fii ne police yi am na police yoo xam ne def nañ naka su dul noonu te xam nañu loolu jaaduwul so loolu yëpp dafa doon loo xam amoon na fii waaye bu ñu amee 2017 ba tey fu ñu toll Gambia lu ñoo wax ne security sector reform Gambia Police Force moo ko champion because moo nekk njiiti internal security Gambia Police Force doon nañu xam ne commencé nañ xaaruñ sax ñu seen reform process reform yi nag mooy ne jël nit ñoo xam ne ñoo yeeloo pour nekk police officer ak tamit naka lañ ñoo rip ñoo xam ne ñu ngi si système bi te mën naa am fàtte nañ pour di leen xelal waat loolu am na te am ubbi nañ ay bunt yeneen bunt yoo xam ne nañu mën a jàppale si suñu démocratique policy am nañ fu ñëw wax ne human rights and professional standard unit am nañ tamit suñu investigation pour mun koo dolli am na fu ñëw wax forensic sciences.
waaw bala ma dog la yaa ngi woon am ngeen seen human rights investigation boobu fan la nekk.
waaw human rights
bëri xamuñ
suñu ne human rights professional seen headquarters bi mooy Banjul la nekk waaye région bu nekk am nañ fa représentative waaye lu ñu dee gën a mën a wax rek su nekkee yaa ngi gis Banjul area rek mën ngaa ñëw si headquarters bi mooy ne képp koo xam ne am na problème moom dafa am police ku ko def naka su dul noonu moom dafa foog ne daal police bi daf ko jaay doole mën ngaa ñëw foofu noonu moo complain am bi den police yi foofu noonu nañ investigate nañ ko ñu kooku noonu tamit laaj ci ñëpp ñaar yëpp investigate xam su nekkee ne police moo tooñ loi bi lu mu wax rek dañ ko loolu la ñoo teg si police bi te loolu am na fi because amoon na yaagul juróom-ñetti nit ñoo xam ne base lañ nekkoon police lañ police yi PIU lañ doon nañ ñoo xam ne def nañ naka su dul noonu report nañ leen police yi investigate bi ñu leen investigate xam ne fekk dëgg-dëgg nekkuñ si yoon ñoom dañ toll foo xam ne police yi dañ leen daaxa IGP daf leen daaxa waaye amut foofu noonu recently tamit gis nañ case bu am si beach bi foo xam ne ñaari góor ak jigéen ñoo fa nekkoon police fekka leen fa mu ne daf leen fekka naka su dul noonu si beach bi luñ fa waruta def lañ faa def waaye moom mu def leneen loo xam ne moo gën a ëpp loolu boobu tamit report nañ ko bi ñu ko reporté investigate na bi ñu ko investigate police yi IGP daf ko daaxa understand nga loolu su fa weesoo tamit yeneen police dem nañ ñaari junne police yoo xam ne jël nañ ne yóbbu leen delloon nañ si police training school bi pour mun a fàttali gars yi seen liggéey bi ay yu mel noonu so loolu ñu ngi continuer ay si yeneen anam loolu yëpp lu moo wone mooy ne Gambia Police Force taxaw na pare na pour gis ne daal réforme bi democratic police boo xam ne loolu la ñoo yeeloo Gambia loolu lañ laajte ñu ngi koo def
waaw bésum tey commencé ko tey fu di àdduna di jee wala fu ne nii ne Gambia Police Force lan la ñoo asoo Gambian si gis na ne problème ak daan yu bëri yi nga xam ne ñu ngi xew si réew mi
waaw jërëjëf xam nga Gambia Police Force dafa mel ni Gambia dañ ñu sas lañ ñu jox waaw dañu am un mandate mooy constitution bi moo taxawal Gambia Police Force jox leen liggéey boobu noonu mooy ne lépp loo xam ne ñaaw téef nga naka suñu noonu lu àndul ak loi Gambia Police Force moo si war a taxaw boobu noonu ñu si ko am danga xam naa nag sas bi rëy na understand nga te loolu moo tax lu tuuti lu am si biir dëkk bi de Gambia Police Force waaye loolu nag loolu mooy liggéey bi lu ñoo def rek mooy ne ñoo assure di public ne Gambia Police Force we are committed to democratic policy te secondly dañoo def lépp loo xam ne si kattan la ak si pexe la pour gis ne daal lu ñu war si sécurité bi ñu isi ko si biir dëkk bi waaw xam nañu nag dëkk bi mu ngi développe te dëkk su moo développe rek da ngaa gis ñaaw kéef yu bëri yuy am te nit ñaa ngi dugga fii nii si Gambia bi ñeneen si business ak leneen te nit si ñoo dugga génn ñu baax ñay dugga ñu bon tamit dugga understand te ñu bon su duggee tamit ñu mun a jël suñu ndaw yi fi nekka duggal leneen si ñoom yaa ngi fàttaliku yëf yi puus bi amoon na jamono xam puus bi nekkoon na problème léegi ñu ngi gis loo xam ne mooy am robbery te ñu ngi gis ñoo xam ne ñu ngi arrest ñoo xam ne du Gambien ñu ngi arrest ñu Gambien so loolu yëpp lu ñoo wone mooy ne développe bi moo tollu foofu noonu te police ñu ngi expect li waaye police seen liggéey mooy ñu prevent ñu gis ne daal lii bu mu am waaye su demee ba am na pexe amatul léegi mooy ñu investigate ñu xam ñan ñoo ko def ba ñu téye ñun suñu leen téye nag ñu daal di leen yóbbu si loi.
léegi ma bàyyi la in 2 minutes nga summarize si pël yi parce que sama mbokki pël yi ñu ngi seetaan te pël nga te xam naa ne ñu ngi kontaan loolu pour gis la fii tey dañ dee dégg Modou Moussa Cissao waaye ñeneen ñi mënu ñoo am opportunité pour gis la ala jàll hande hewɓe no nana Modou Moussa Cissao police piyaro ɓe meeɗama yiide te hande no woyɗani hande machallah aɗa serti hay min tigui mi anditanima hande
kay
eyyi so aɗa jooɗi ɗo ɗo Makati Square ɗo woni place manduɗa 18 February 1965 tubakoɓe flag maɓɓe o jippina ɓe ngabbini flag Gambia te onon Gambia Police Force kala ko heewi te saare ɗo hannde woni ko moƴƴi e ko boni fof koye dow mon ɓe tegata
non jarama no mbiyete Aliou comme no mbiɗa ni ko noon hannde ko ñalande annduɗa ko ñalande moƴƴere ñalande annduɗa mbiɗo weltino bete ha ɗo timmi mbiɗo anndi noon fof Gambia fof ko noon kala Gambia wonɗo ɗum na welti hannde e ñalande he ɓaydi hannde woni duuɓi 50 gila min wawani hoore meɗen min ƴettani hoore meɗen nde leydi ndi ko minen nawtani ɓaydi heɓno duuɓi ujunaji annduɗa tubakoɓe ari ko wonɗo tawi men ɗo ɓe ƴetti doole he dow men ɓe ƴetti men ɓe wonti e jooma men joni ɓe woni ɗo he maɓɓe ha waktu yoni mamiraɓe meɗen ari ɓe dari ɓe wi ala ɗum kontinta ɓe dari darde ganduɗa darde moƴƴe pour min ƴetta hoore amen min wawra hoore amen kono ɓe wi ala onon mi wawata on hokkude hoore moɗon ɓe onon hoɗon famɗi onon on ala kartan o ala ligguey on ala kalis on ala hay doole o ala pour darangol hoore moɗon ɓe wi ala kamɓe dal ɓe fuɗɗo te min yetti ɗono bete guila ɓe fuɗɗi ha hande ko duuɓi capanɗe jeegom miɗen wawani hoore meɗen alhamdulillah ko yettere te guila nden noon ha hande ɗum koko yahata yeeso tan ɗum noon no moƴƴi no bete alhamdulillah e artugol noon sengo Gambia Police Force miɗen andi Gambia Police Force nan ɗo guila tubakoɓe nan ɗo 1855 ɗum ko temeɗɗe ani eyyi gila ɗum ha joni Gambia Police Force nan ɗum ɗon yawti independence o ari 1965 Gambia Police Force nan ɗo gila noon Sir Dawda Kairaba ha 1994 police nan ɗo 94 kadi ha 2016 2017 Gambia Police Force nan ɗo te ko waɗi important moy Gambia Police Force gila ɓe darni ko tubakoɓe hoɗum waɗi ɓe darni ko Gambia Police Force ko hono ɓe wawata gambiyanɓe hoore maɓɓe arta wadde feere ɓe annduɗa hoɓe nanga yimɓeɓe kamɓe ne wahini ko wi ko tool of oppression police aɓe ɓe on tuma waktu tubakoɓe ɓe hono ɓe wawta feere mo annduɗa ko kamɓe arta police aɓe arta nanga yimɓe amen ɓe lappa ɓe waɗa ɓe forcé ɓe waɗa koɓe foti ko wadde ma tubako ko yiɗi ko ɗo fuɗɗora anani ha ari waktu noɗo ɓe heeɓi independence gana independence alhamdulillah police foti wadde na waɗa ko foti ko wadde ko ɗum woni wallugol yimɓe ɓe gila ha nde yaja nde Jawara iwi ɗo noon yajamme ari affaire o sansoyi kadi wonti ko wiyete ko dictatorship on dictatorship noon ko ɗum woni kala ko yajamme yiɗi na yaadi he luwa na yaada luwa ɗum police aɓe ko ɗum watta e ɗum noon TRRC o holliri ɗum kono gila 2016 2017 ɗum ɗon ne yawti joni men natti jamanu wiyde ko jamanu Adama Barrow e gila jamanu Adama Barrow ari noon o wi ko security sector reform ko ɗum woni police aɓe fof ɓe ruttito to ɓe wonno to ligge maɓɓe koko wonno service wonde e nder leydi ligge maɓɓe ko wonno ko pour ko darangol leydi ni darangol yimɓe leydi ni waɗgol luwa o ko haali ko no wahini gila nden ha hande to tolni noon Gambia Police Force noon ɓaydi kala ko wiyete ko internal security Gambia Police Force on yeesojo min fuɗɗike ɗum min falani hay goto min fuɗɗike min fuɗɗima sansaji min waddata yimɓeɓe ko min wattata ko e ɗum ɗon sa daari minen hawi jamanu arni police ko woni ɗum tan watta neɗɗo susata yaade bomga police wiya police kare waɗi kam ni kono gila nden noon ɗo joni min addi dammugal mo ada wiyete human rights professional standard unit kala ko annduɗa neɗɗo o tampini police e riga makko waɗi ko fota wadde ma ƴetti kalte makko ƴetti jawdi muɗum ma waɗi ko fota wadde dal mo foti yettade tan o haalda e ɓen so haaldi e ɓen tan ɓen ƴettat on ɓe wisita ɓe daara nda ko on tooñi soko police o tooñi police o luwa ko wi ko noon ɗum noon hollirama gila base lebbi yawtono ɗo base yimɓe jeetato ɓe mbiya ko police aɓe heɓe base wonno woni ɓe yimɓe anduɓe waɗi koɓe fota wadde ɓe waɗa report ɓe waɗa investigate ɓe tawi ko kamɓe tooñi ɓe riwama police te yawti kadi lebbi danaka ma jonde police aɓe goɗɗo mo ade yeehi ga dane maayo to tawi to suka debbo he gorko o wi o tawi ɓen ne waɗa ko ɓe fota wadde he gam maayo to makko hoore makko waɗoy ko annduɗa ko ɗum ɓuuri doole hawɗo onne kadi waɗama report o addama police o waɗi investigate gila waɗi investigate onne kadi riwama anani ɗum fof ko hollirta Gambia Police Force is committed to the democratic policing and the reform processes ɗum noon baytata ayi andi ko heewi ko haalɗa ko ɗo mais andi ɗe balɗe am robbery ko annduɗa noon yimɓe ne yaltida he gannaji ɓe yaltida ɓe ara e yimɓe ɗa hippo yimɓe ɓe ƴetta kalisa e maɓɓe heɓa jawdi maɓɓe ene heewi nder leydi police a waɗi feere ha e nangui woɓɓe kono kadi hay hanki ma hecci hanki ɓe nani woɓɓe kadi waɗi ɗum kadi ɗum no hollirta tan Gambia Police Gambia hoore muɗum ne waɗa développe te Gambia so waɗa développe yimɓe arat yimɓe na yalta aroɓe noon moƴƴuɓe nan hen bonɓe ɓe nan hen bonɓe ɓe noon ko heewi noon soɓe ari kamɓe ne ɓe bonna yimɓe amen wonɓe ɓe ɗo te ɗum na tawa he ɓe annduɗa ko heewi na wiye ko watte ko he leydi he andaka ɗo wowaka ɗo ɗum foof na tawa hen kono Gambia Police ko watta tan continue liggue koɓe foti ko wadde ɓe ɗon dow
mi andi jonde ne neeɓi te nangue ngel ne wuuli joni ko konngol holɗum heɓa pour Gambien sengo Gambia Police Force
eyyi on jarama no biyete ko wawmi wiide tan Gambia Police Force darde mabɓe ɓaydi loi o ko wiyete ko constitution ko on darni Gambia Police Force wine Gambia Police koko sohla koko foti hebde e nder leydi he noon te liggey mabɓe o komin waɗa sasi liggey amen komin foti ko wadde min kontina ɗum wadde min dara laabi fof ɗe annduɗa waɗat feere ha min fota wadde liggey o no min fotirni wadde e dow lawol min kontina ɗum wadde e nder leydi he on jarama.
So on a final note, in the English version, the final take of this program, and then what assurance are you giving to the Gambians as we celebrate our Diamond Jubilee?
Thank you very much, Aliu. I think on a final note, I would want to reiterate the fact that the Gambia Police Force has been commissioned, has been by the Constitution of the Gambia, that we will have a police force, the Gambia Police Force, and our mandate is to ensure the maintenance of peace and security of this country in every aspect of it, and that is what we'll continue to do as far as the Gambia is concerned.
Well, thank you so much. That was the police PRO, and we'll now take a review so you can join. We are happy to have you here. We wish you happy independence. Please extend our message to the IGPs today, telling them we are happy and let him engage in the media, because so far he is the first IGP to actually come out in public to speak to the press. You know, in the past it has never happened. I don't know what the trend is, but obviously it's a good trend. We only hope that it's going to be sustainable.
That's part of the reform that we're talking about, huh? Thank you.
Well, Mama, thank you so much. So far, I'll let you actually say something as to the atmosphere, you know, here at the Makati Square.
Interesting. Dignitaries are coming in. People are coming in. You see different dignitaries, and as of now, we will see His Excellency President Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye is about to be received at the square by His Excellency the Vice President of the Gambia. So basically, you will see the atmosphere behind.
Yeah, you just need to give us a razzmatazz of the whole environment, because you know you are here, you're fortunate to actually watch it live here. I mean, those people out there are only probably watching from their screens, and then they will be very curious as to what is happening here. Give us a little bit, a razzmatazz of it, you know, so that at least they can also feel like they have been involved. And obviously, we had the police PRO here. Probably you may have one or two things to say, even though he has actually taken his leave.
We had him here, talk to Gambians and explain things, especially the achievements that the Gambia Police Force has, and of course when it comes to them as a press office, because you realize that the Gambia Police Force press office has indeed done lots of efforts to make sure that they report and they also engage the media. And this is something very, very important, because if the Gambia Police Force press unit is not open to the media, it's not open to the public, the public and the media wouldn't know what is happening. And for example, when he sat down here and was talking about the Gambia Police Force having a human rights unit, this is something that I as a journalist am not even aware of. If I am not aware of, and I am dealing with them maybe day to day, or I'm dealing with the Gambia Police Force another way around, because I at least have information from them at any given time, opportunity. So if I don't know that there exists a human rights unit at the Gambia Police Force, what of the other dignitaries?
That Bassirou Diomaye Faye, who is the Senegalese president, is actually right now the eye of Africa, we can say, because we look at the democratic change that happened in Senegal was actually something that is commendable. And actually, if you're watching from the screen, you could see he's been escorted into the Makati Square, a square that signifies, a lot to the Gambian history, and it's a place that we cannot. So Bassirou Diomaye Faye actually is the one coming in. You could tell us a little bit about Diomaye Faye actually when he came into power. You've seen a lot of transformation so far.
It's a lot of transformation when it comes to the president, for example. Just see, it's the Gambia's independence today. And if it is other dignitaries, if it is other countries, like for example the Gambia, we would want to go and lodge in. That is coming from the taxpayers' money. But them being young, them being economically aware of issues, decide to flew from Senegal to the Gambia today, instead of them coming yesterday and being lodged at a particular hotel. Probably that also been financed by the Gambia head of state, or probably that being financed by them in Senegal. But he said, no, let me wait until the morning of the independence. I come exactly. Gambia, Senegal is not far. But if it is other heads of states, for example,
well, you could see
Gambia,
how, our cameramen are actually struggling to get him.
Yeah.
It shows that he's a celebrated man, and a lot of people actually
look up to him.
The democratic change that happened in Senegal. Of course, in Senegal they compete a lot. We've seen Macky Sall. He is among one of Senegalese most experienced leaders so far. Looking at his leadership, from the parliament, from being a mayor to parliament, to prime minister, down to the presidency. And we've seen Diomaye Faye actually they fought tooth and nail to make sure that they approved Bassirou Diomaye Faye. Macky Sall. And it was the same thing that actually happened in the Gambia back in 2016 when we were faced with the Jammeh rule. Today me and you were here sitting happily and talking, and speaking freely, even in fact putting pressure on the police PRO, the IGP to ask him questions that that matters.
We dare not ask.
In those days you don't, but today alhamdulillah it is actually happening.
Absolutely.
So it's a great day today, and obviously we will allow our technicians, because prior to this we also had an interview with Hassan Sise. We will now want to watch. Anyway, I've been told that it's not actually happening, but we are expecting, we will actually want you to allow us to tell us a little bit about, how the environment is. The environment looks enticing today with
absolutely enticing with officers dressed so beautiful. Like I said earlier on, when you look at these officers behind, you want to be like them today. You want to be like them today. But please, if you want to be like them, do you want to stand here under this hot sun? Standing under this hot sun, we are under this shade, but still the heat is coming. So I can imagine what these people are going through under this hot sun. But this shows their sense of patriotism. It shows their sense of nationalism. These people are ready to stand under this hot sun just to make sure that they celebrate the diamond jubilee of the Gambia.
Now, you talk about a key thing that is patriotism, which actually a lot of people take pride of in the Gambian society, looking at some of the issues that happen, within our society. Take us through, what do you think needs to be done so that at least every Gambian, shows some sense of patriotism, because we are crying and all the blames we have most of the time, we put it on government and leaving our own people behind. Should the blame all be poured on the government?
Actually, we say lead by example. That's what we say, lead by example. And when you are leading someone, the person tends to follow your footsteps. This is what we know. So when we say patriotism, when we say putting the country first, my country first, and I am second. But now, let's think thoroughly. Let's think deeply and see how many of our public officials do put the country first. How many of our public officials do prioritize the interests of this country? That is where the question is. So that comes down to the local people. Local people are looking up to you. If you as the minister does not put the country's interest first, you put your personal interest first. For example, look at the health sector. The Gambia's health sector is really struggling. But look at it. News has been out that the officials have been presented with cars. Imagine you go to a particular health center, for example in Farafenni, the last time we checked, they do not have a scanner, or they're even struggling to get one. And now you having officials at the ministry driving luxurious vehicles. Now that question is, where is the sense of patriotism that we claim to have as a country? We look for ourselves first.
The justification is it's a need. That's what the justification is all about.
If they need it, what of the Gambian people who are dying daily just because they do not have access to health care? But for them, when they are sick, they get out of this country to go and care themselves. Look at that, for example.
But this country has a lot to go.
Absolutely a lot to go.
Gambia's Diamond Jubilee live here at the Makati Square, where it all happened back in 18 February 1965. We will just allow you to watch a little bit of the highlights of what is actually happening. But the rest of the show, we will be back here with other experts. We will also engage a lot of Gambians as to what this day actually means for the Gambia. And moving forward, what are we as a nation? What commitment are we going to take, to advance a lot? Because cost of living is on the increase every day. People are declining, people are dying, our mothers are dying. So a lot of things is actually happening. And so obviously, we have a long way to go. And then, as a nation, today we are expecting the head of state to take a new resolution, a new commitment towards, the welfare of Gambia. So we will allow you to actually watch the highlights, and we will be back shortly. One final
katama rungaje ko ngajim fanna ngalom faye ngaka banko to banko mi yalan ko iriwa nyeng asa iriwa sa chonka ala isa ko tonya indi benon to mola mo jama yi ni karo ko fokam be basam faksa manol ban barna fal mo mol danku ila kuldi alala ila refanna ilo nol ni kara kul mum soto yo kaf nyoma afle di bi Gambia senta woron ko jube ko woto baloto mo ni proto ko kunna ila jiko de ngalal dro yele fanna yakara dro wolen kutum yalon ko akumara koy ka fanyi men dro e ko wulo la do ya mon kuma de bare foto ya mum be wulo abu mum be wulo balo jato ko wol kumata Gambia mu banku de banku ding bare banku le mu yalne ko banku balu jama be nyaburi nga fe bawo ni ajube alfati ko jalo le afa jamen because alfati o asingriber sabo wole Gambe chonka adi wo ko to nyaale bawo ni Gambe do ajube e Gambe jube kilometre kemi lo fa mo salam ni kaw banko to ngata tonko ni ala kono fano jube kilometre tanani amo man tambola wa ni ajube ko mbe dama be Gambe ko rojam yayo bang wonde banko dingum banko kanje kele balul nin kul taman no janyame e balna ko duwato ne o to be ni ñi jërorobe kéré ko ñato ñanda men be mu sewone atantolti adu ko wala be kéré jang mo be sewore fa dolbe mini nebe tankunde ngi la alfalbe le kibalbe tam ñaw kandring yo mini la kaje ko be tra tek inshallah ngalon niñ banko ñato ko futara jang fa bu ndabula ñen takko bu ndam molié mais majo la jël jam yalla nako secrétaire ko abla jumay fay fu dana na Sénégal ko le président
jërëjëf Alhaji Bakary loolu bettu ñu Gambia ak Sénégal benn la keroog falu tem gis nañ His Excellency président Adama Barrow moom it teew na fa si ak ndokkale moom it dafa ñëw pour ndokkale si na te moom it mu ngi ànd ak chief of defence staff am moom mu wéttali si suñ chief of defence staff lieutenant general Mamad O Cham ñoom ñaar ñooy njiiti soldat yi kenn ku nekk sa réew Alhaji Bakary fi mu nekk nii tey rek ñu ngi xaar président bu Guinée Bissau His Excellency Umaru Sissoco Embalo mooy bu accès rek du yàgg tuuti His Excellency président Adama Barrow ñëw teew bu gawee nag ci la lépp di ñëw ci la lépp di feeñ mooy match pass mi nga xam ne nii moom la ñuy xaar soo déggee ñu ne indépendance Bakary indépendance kan match pass a ko neexal de indépendance match pass li koy neexal nag match pass bi tey kon ki koy jiite match pass bi jiite na ko nag di lieutenant colonel Armandou Diatta moom nag nga xam ne nii mooy commandant Gambia National Republican Guard ci Fajara Barracks moo jiite parade bi tey parade commandant Armandou Diatta ñu ngi ko gërëm di ko di rafetlu taaraay bi nga xam ne nii taaraaye na soldat ak police yi nga xam ne nii ñoom la jiite tey ci match bi Alhaji Bakary ba tey rek li ñu waxoon ne fecc liir bu neexee yaay jaa jàpp ca mbagg ya GRTS nag tey ñun suñ fecc fii dafa am ñu jàpp suñuy mbagg ñooñu ne mooy Gambia Ports Authority di Social Security and Housing Finance Corporation ak Best Water Company Kanifing mar naan la kon nag ñu ngi fii ak seeni butéel di naan bu ko tamit nag Gambia Publishing and Printing Corporation GPPC ñoom itamit dugal nañ ci seen loxo ak Gambega Company Kanifing Coke Fanta ak Sprite kon ñooñu ñoo ci dugal seen loxo ba tey jotaay bi mun a taar jotaay bi mun a rafet fii ci GRTS suñ mar ñu naan kon ak jotaay bi ni nga xamee noonu lañ ko taarale tey Alhaji Bakary tey Diamond Jubilee la Diamond Jubilee nag lu foor a ngi noonu ndax juróom benn fukki at bañ amee suñ bopp ba tey juróom benn fukki at bañ yaakaaree suñ bopp juróom benn fukki at bañ gàddoo suñ bopp ba tey kon nag Alhaji Bakary kon bés boobu lu rëy la mu des nag ñeent fukki at ci kanam yéen nañ ko fekkee jàmm ba ñu waxee ne Gambia bañ moomee suñ bopp ak léegi am na téeméeri at kon Alhaji Bakary loolu nekk na li nga xam ne nii mooy ci xew-xew yi nga xam ne nii ci lañ nekk ci jamono ji Sidi gis nañ His Excellency président Diomaye Faye teew na comme ni ma leen ko waxee woon rek séeréer yi dañ ne Gambia ak Sénégal benn bopp la Gambia fo Sénégal a xoox leen kon benn bopp la su ma bañoon léegi danañ dugg si séeréer tuuti waaye Sidi ma bàyyi la nga dem ak mbokki pël yi bu ñëwee ñu waxtaan ak mbokki séeréer yi ak mbokki ñeneen ñi nga xam ne ñoo fi teew Alhaji Sidi Ba
Abdoulaye Thiam misal yimɓe Gambia ɓen ɗo Banjul ɗo Makati Square ɗo baye mawɗo gonɗo Banjul ɗo yimɓe ɓe juuroto ɗiɗo duuɓi capanɗe jeegoɗo keɓɓen koye men ummorde laamu tubakoɓe ina wayno rek indépendance o mo arti ɗo galle mabbo cosaan ɗo sabu ko ɗo indépendance o fuɗɗorno ɗo ummidene laamu tubakoɓe ina wayno indépendance o mo arti ɗo galle mabbo cosaan ɗo woni galle mabbo cosaan woni galle mabbo aada ɗo o baye mawɗo ɗo Banjul legino so waɗama ɗo rek taw yimɓeɓe majjani e juumaka sabu ina wayno rek indépendance o arti ɗo galle mabbo ɗo ko ɗo mo fuɗɗorno ko ɗo mo arti noon e juura e duuɓi capanɗe jeegom joni en toto Allah rek Allah tawna en duuɓi capanɗe nayyi garaɗɗi yeeso wontuma juuroɗen duuɓi temedere nde keɓɗen koye men ɗum ko duuɓi capanɗe yeeso hani yo Allah tawnu en ɗum he jaam he cellal nden noon min jeguitani nanuɓe e junggo e mumen pour min mbawa tan funtinan ko woni hewɗo ɗo baye guila e radio yo télé he woɓɓe ɗum ɗon dépense woni Gambia Ports Authority woni damal Gambia toppitogal yaha gara fereji ɗi yo laaɗe ɗe yo Social Security and Housing Finance Corporation yo Best Water Company ko compagnie moƴƴino ndiyam biyeteɗam Best Water so daari kabaji walla butelaji ɗi coɗeten ɗi e ndiyam sa laari cukkole majje na winda Best Water on ɗon compagnie mo toon to kani fima e moƴƴinaɗam ɗon e ndiyam yo damal gongal biyetegal Gambia Publishing and Printing Corporation woni ngal ɗon damal maggal yo bugeji goɗɗi ɗi jangguete yo defte goɗɗe toon to Kanifing yo damal biyetegal Gambia ga compagnie Kanifing moƴƴinta ɗi drinks aji woni ɗi limonade ɗi jareten ko waynino Coke Fanta yo Sprite maɓe nanni juuɗe mumen min o commentary woni komin mbawa toon haalan woni ko hewɗo ɗo baye guila radio yo e télé hen nden noon His Excellency président mo Sénégal Bassirou Diomaye Faye o yettima ko ɓoyani ha o jooɗima na ɗamina rek président mo Guinée Bissau Oumar Sissoko e mbaalo kam ne foti tan yettade kono so yettima noon mawɗo leydi o woni His Excellency président Adama Barrow kam noon tuma noon o ara o duma noon e dental ngal fuɗɗo ɗo baye mawɗo ɗo Banjul hande sa laari liggotoɓe danduru e woni jomɓe gouverneur laaje ɗe hande a yiɗat pour gona hande police wona walla tan gona sordal saabu rek hande paare mumen ɗe jooɗiri ni nden noon ɓe fof ɓe jooɗi ɓe daari guila subaka lawɓe ɗo ina andi ko guila wendo ko ɓeɗo daari ha joni ɓe daari dula goto ɓe nangui pelleji mumen ɓe daari ɓe peewi wot guila e worɓe yo e rewɓe foof noon nden noon ɗum woni hewde ɗo mina andi yeeso seeɗa indépendance o si fuɗɗima rek si président o yettima o tarima baye o sorloɓe majani ɗum on tuma ɓoggol dande ngol yimama duwa o waɗama président o haala yimɓe leydi ɓe on tuma noon majgol ngol fuɗɗo guila e sukaɓe janggoɓe yo liggotoɓe danduro yo pelle goɗɗe e foɓɓe tan majde hikka noon toɓɓere nde majgol e indépendance o woni enen foof ndenten gonen hunde wotere kaɓɓen keccili men etoɗen tinnoɗen e pour rek noon jakuren koye men jogoɗen koye men taw en jakori enen koye men enen Gambian naaɓe jakuren koye men liggotoɗen koye men pour ɓamtare leydi ndi e ɗum woni hikka toɓɓere nde nden noon o waktu ɗo noon nangue noon a wuuli noon kono noon baye omo heewi tep guila kaka nder ha to kene to ɓe daari he dow galle toto cuuɗi mumen to e galleji he ɓe daari to cuuɗi mumen toɗi to yiide ko woni ko hewde ɗo e baye ɗo nden noon mina andi joni fayda ko wiita ko rek pemmol ngol ɓattima ndongo ɓoyata rek président o arat so ari on tuma noon e indépendance o waɗi majgol ngol fuɗɗoto yo dente goɗɗe batte ɗo baye ɗo nden noon ɓacci noon tan e nuwa baji ha yeeso seeɗa nuwa e président mo Sénégal o yettima His Excellency Bassirou Diomaye Faye ɓoyata mo Guinée Bissau mbaalo yettoto on tuma président o ara on tuma noon e independence celebration o fuɗɗo ɗo baye ɗo nuwa bisimilla
kamɓe ko gentuno ko baka safi o norego metti président mo feti sénégal encore en président Bassirou Diomaye Faye nori lumin tatede baye yan manje yoynomi makati sikoya taten nam nami manje kala buñawo ko buñawo pour mona jo ammata di independent ti jaati encore mi golden jubilee ani fana buñawo mono président mo feti Gambia o ma lakko ya ban di vice president ayanyo tate man ajetumo mon ko lakko woto Bassirou Diomaye Faye di kanko jawlami général Mbaye Cissé on manje on an fana ko so yara kete Sénégal ko omtate ko jawlo jawor woto kankan funa formaji fo baji fuko di kapana kete Gambia funa ka fufe funa banyanya di karu kana ko fo mayi baja ba ko president kanu invite ale wara kanu buñale di fulna fdere pour mako joko mat woto wona sono to bete kane mi rego meno don match pass fe kantate e banjat e kunyela ke kala mungi pon ko joko match bare ko limere installation le futok furi def pon fu bajo tate fan manje fo non schools ji teji woto yo tu panen wona bajo dere yo tu kan nampe nak karu kana ke funa ka fe fan manje foma ka fu nan Gambia ko bajo se ko simir kanko feegi o kanto wa waccakan no katawa kata kala kon dere yok ko rokko ki Gambia rin tate di gat bukana kanto en gat ani andi fan ko seka ko burom wonon san wan Gambia kom di e baje jat nafay ko to ko do sara ko seka kanu men di Marseille kanu kan manje ko di business e kanu kan manje ko di sport transport kanu kan ko di wonon san manje ko de jay o won kono mi jarama e mite katu ji raga lu jetuma Gambia be tan Gambia la ko nyatate funak fan manje fu baji fu ko funak fan manje fan lebiye jaat de Gambia woto le tugono kana ja sombondu mbafo kan jang jola kan to wala nyinti ko Gambia jandabe futula tem mo jamale akata bare Gambia mo tije mealon ko abe koma mealon ko ama kata pour Gambia e fota jang mbe jaylo sindila musolu ka kata bakere ndu Gambia musolu mu do ko lalete yini fu ngol men yalon ko be ni fu kono musol men yalon ko ibe marché auto musol men yalon ko be suwol kono ya katale parce que kutu kota la kan woto jene be sala president fanan fele abina
excellencies
nan jang be bayo kono pour ka mabe bayri ate fanan buñale
excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, in a short while we shall witness the arrival of the President of Guinea-Bissau, His Excellency Umaru Sissoco Mbalo. He shall be received by His Excellency the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, His Excellency Mohamed B.S. Jallow. With the arrival of the President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau, will be getting closer to the commencement of proceedings here at the Makati Square.
kaga to be ku jamono siki kemani Senegal kana o kenden tan ko na orokuta o meda oroku malata ni oroku gingia o finundo ko finna media siri.
Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, please join me as we welcome the President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau, His Excellency Umaru Sissoco Mbalo. You are welcome, Your Excellency. So will please rise as he makes his entrance to the presidential dais. Thank you.
You may resume your seats.
ke emenyiri kinga ni Gambia du kitenga comme on kachenga kuto o kanenga kenga nya February kaso nondi 1965 agana kinye February kana daga ma kota tamuni ndu sewu ni mo gara ke kota jula ne lingine le green bank lingi were ne ngine lenga green bank ngawra ko wadni sasa kun ngalo ko sewu ni excellency President of the Republic of the Gambia Mr. Arambaro Ari Mogonye Alaji Esa.
As we await the arrival of His Excellency the President of the Republic of the Gambia and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, who is the host of this very important event, which is the Diamond Jubilee of the Republic of the Gambia, which we are celebrating 60 years under the theme, Marching in Solidarity for Self-Reliance and National Development. After the arrival of His Excellency the President, the Gambia Armed Forces Band shall play us a rendition of the national anthem. It is expected that we all rise, and those members of the security services in uniform are expected to pay compliments with a salute. After the President takes his seat, members of the media fraternity shall be given time to take any photos before we commence proceedings. Thereafter, we shall invite the religious leaders to lead us into the prayers. After the prayers, we shall have a short introduction as to why we are here celebrating 60 years. This shall be followed by a march past by the forces on parade in slow and quick time, advance in review order, and firing for a joy. However, before the firing for a joy and the three hearty cheers, the troops on parade shall be showing some display of drills. When we get there, we will get you the details of those drills that will be on display. Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, shall we please rise as His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Republic of the Gambia, His Excellency President Adama Barrow, makes his entrance into the square. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Foreign dignitaries, which includes the President of Guinea-Bissau, Mbalo, and the Senegalese president, Diomaye Faye, they are all here, and also the Sierra Leonean counterpart and the Mauritanian, they are all in here. So we are now witnessing the arrival of His Excellency President Adama Barrow. That is his motorcade actually moving in. But now we are having him, from the screens you could see that he is now making his entrance officially here at the Makati Square, and there is a live standing ovation for the president, who has actually championed change back in 2016 when the environment was not the least friendly. He was seen as the one to lead this nation onto this change. And today he's actually entering in and waving his hands and also kissing the Gambian people to show that the love that he has for his nation. President Barrow is actually here now with his usual smiles as usual, smiling to show how jovial and how kind he is. And we could see he's just passing by the Fadu Network tent and waving his hands with his old cameramen coming in. But in a short while we will have some athletes who are here whom we are going to actually engage. It's 60 years live here at the Makati Square, and then we will now
President Barrow ñëw na. Tàcculeen President Barrow, tàcculeen ko. Ne leen wiiw Barrow. Wiiw Barrow. Wiiw Barrow. Wiiw Barrow. If you love President Barrow, say yes. If you love President Barrow, say yes. Thank you, Gambia. Ekati leen seen loxo yi. Loxo yi si kaw. If you love President Barrow, say yes. Say yes. Ana students yi flag yi. Ekati leen flag yi si kaw. Ekati leen flag yi si kaw. Red, white, blue, white, green. Ekati leen flag yi si kaw. Ana students yi ekati leen seen loxo yi.
Please rise to welcome His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, His Excellency President Adama Barrow. He is being received by the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, His Excellency Mohamed B.S. Jallow. You are welcome, Your Excellency.
So Dada, if you are watching, actually the President has made his move into the Makati Square where everything is actually happening, and he went around. He had a very warming welcome from his from Gambians and non-Gambians who are here. And finally he's about to take his seat. Take us through a little bit of the ambience here and before we move on to the next meeting.
Wow, thank you very much, Aliu. It's a very unique feeling. This is a day that we Gambians unite, irrespective of our political difference and our religious difference. So the president, coming to this ground, while other people, dignitaries from other countries, presidents from other countries, and also representatives are already seated, this shows you that the unity and strength. Because when people are united, they build strength, and that will foster national and international development as well. Because seeing the president of the Republic of Senegal coming here, and also the president of Guinea-Bissau coming here to grace this occasion, mind you, these people are spending their taxpayers' money to come here and grace our occasion. We have to appreciate them for that. They could have just delegate someone to come and say, the Gambia, we should not go there, but then we shall have the national anthem. It's very important. So it's a unique feeling that, but I also we will rise for the national anthem. And from
with the national anthem, everyone is expected to rise.
Well,
those in uniform, especially security
President Barrow is actually yet to make his seat, but as it is right now, he is almost seated. This shows the regional unity. So we will all rise for the national anthem, a song that signifies the day that we are celebrating today. Signifies our day. If you look at the wordings in there, it means a lot. But before then, we have some guests here, some regional athletes. Of course, independence comes with, a whole lot of activities, from the official celebration after the official celebration. So I allow you, Dauda, to take a look.
Well, thank you very much. And to our regional athletes who are with us today, I feel home. Little girl, you can quickly tell us your name and tell us how do you feel as an athlete.
The region say comes from.
Yeah, the region.
You are live on Fata Network. You can actually tell the whole Gambia, the whole world is actually watching you. Tell us your name, and the region that you represent.
And how do you feel coming here?
I feel good and was athlete. I like to be athlete.
Which region are you representing?
I'm representing Region 5.
Region 5?
Yeah.
Okay. So how do you feel today?
It's so nice.
You're coming all the way from Region 5 to Banjul?
Yeah.
What does it mean to you? Are you going to compete?
Yeah.
On which of the categories?
100 meters.
100 meters?
Yeah.
Wow, that's wonderful. Now, you want to talk to Gambians? Tell the Gambians, Nilunga amene minute fe.
Huh?
Nilunga amene minute fe.
Nilunga kumaya bata. Be independent. Nata.
So ite fe kabiri kanaja ila mol kontaan no be nyam because ngalen no ko ni kana jang e nyaabe president ol jala e nyaabe mo jala mi yalo ko ke jenu television ko mo le kabari yete select na kana kontaan tan presino tala kono ke janni kana
Nsino tala.
Sai be mo ne fala Sierra region 5 mo ne katu ikara ikene represent borola ile mo ne fala gale because inin dolbe benale track
Just Mbadwala, Region 5, your 4-star, and Mulba Try Kangawi.
Ini karamba lafta kila.
Nte, lafta kila athlete.
Lafta kila
kami jumale mele role model. Dina bas ko juma.
Ah?
Lafta kila kami jumale.
Lafta kila like Gina Bass.
I want to be like Gina Bass. So, thank you, Awa. We've already had Awa. So, we will now move on to welcome another athlete from another region.
Yes, thanks.
Anin chocho ba mul wulta ya bolo ya welcome ku balem Gambia la sangi taworo amanki kaka kuti be kunte Gambia ya kata Gambia mul ya kata ko ngafone Senegal be min be marché auto min be dawda ibe bulo be ko ya jeko Gambia fele furna bi tembo mento kayro ni yurwa ngamin soto ala tentu wala ala tentu bale woti to min ta fe mo fen kera may ko dire la pour ka fo ko sañ president baro natal ka fu malu president ni yalon ko ay invite ay be control
Excellencies, distinguished my guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Region 6 in Basse. Oh yes.
As protocol requires, before we venture into the program,
Can you tell us how
we commit ourselves in the mighty hands of
when you come here for the first time maybe for you to see the president and also the Senegalese president and the Guinea-Bissau president? How do you feel?
May I respectfully invite the Imam-Ratib of Banjul, Al-Hadi Sheikh Muhammad Mas, to lead us in the Muslim prayers.
Can you talk louder? Yemene moy manika kaw. Saying akamunyu nenka wolom. Ila feeling kanana jang Banjul jang
kontano be
ila kontano kadu ibe Adama Barrow jelale ibe Senegalese la president o jelal anin Guinea-Bissau la president anum fana bari awo fana ikana boro la fo molio ñi independent ay mëna minute fi
Dia inshallah mo dañi bandero tala.
Kontaan tale ko di.
Yes.
So kabri yede select nam pour kana jang yemu ne fo ila moli tani kana
Go inshallah mo ni bandero benalale.
ini bandero benal ba yalon ko ini dolle be benal
Yes.
mona na yo fo ini alo ini dolle be benal trakol mona na yo fo comme ini bandero be sel ini mun jikile soto me kon ini bandero be sel
Ngalo ne ka fo mo le nole.
Altrenta bak so yemune soto ka fo yuaral kadu yalon yuaral mume ibe mon kono mi yalon be selen yemune soto ka fo gani ibe mun soto ka mi fo basen ko Allah yuaral mo
ani la school students wol fa
ke fengo ya braka
ربنا هب لنا من ازواجنا وذرياتنا قرة اعين واجعلنا للمتقين اماما ربنا اغفر لنا ولاخواننا الذين سبقونا بالايمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين امنوا ربنا انك رؤوف رحيم اللهم اجعل بلادنا غامبيا بلدا امنا مطمئنا ياتي رزقا رغدا من كل مكان ونجنا من كل بلاء.
Thank you so much. So we will now invite the next athlete who is from another region.
صل على سيدنا محمد الفاتح لما أغلق والقاتم لما سبق ناصر الحق بالحق. والهادي إلى صراطك المستقيم وعلى آله حق قدره ومقدار عظيم. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله.
Tell everybody what your name is and
Good morning to everyone. My name is Mariama Esla. I am I am in Region 1. I am in athletics from Region 1. I am here to run for Region 1.
Mariama, tell us what your track is. How do you feel coming for this independence today?
I feel happy and proud. The way the people were telling me about the president and the way I see it is different.
Wow, what did they tell you about the president?
They tell me Adam Barrow is a bad person, but I don't believe them.
Wow.
But today I came here and I see I am proud and happy.
So now you are going to compete with your fellow athletes.
Yes.
You know, represent the Region 1.
Yes.
Tell us why are you into athletics?
I just like to be an athletics because my father is an athletics.
Oh, your father is an athlete?
Yes.
So you want to take the footprints of your father?
Yes.
Which of the tracks are you going for?
Three-legged race.
Three-legged race?
Yes.
So what message do you have for the people of Region 1?
I have a good message to encourage them so that we can fight for our region.
Wow. Do you have any message for Gambians?
Yes.
Okay, 1 minute. Tell us what message do you have for Gambians?
I have a good message for Gambians so that Gambians can encourage well and fight for our country.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mariam. That was brilliant from Mariam. So we will have the next athlete.
Yes.
So we will have the next athlete. We've heard from Mariam who spoke quite anything about the president. And then we will have somebody else from the other region. Come and sit here. This is the part of we do it.
Bless all of us as we celebrate 60 years of your goodness to us. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Ideas that they are bringing in, and then it's also to come to them because they live from different parts of the country over here.
So,
young man, you can introduce yourself.
Tell me,
your name and
what's your name, please?
My name is Bokak Danso.
Bokak Danso. Which region are you representing?
Region 5 South.
Region 5. Oh, you know Sharas. Yeah, okay.
That is my area.
Okay. So tell us about your feelings today coming down here, representing the whole region, also at the Independence Stadium, 60 Gambia, 60.
I'm so happy to be here today, and when I come here, I learned something that I never know before, because I was listening to the speak when those man is talking around that side.
Okay. So you are going to compete today?
Yeah.
Which of the races are you going to compete for?
Long jump.
Long jump? What do you want to be in the near future?
I want to be just like how my father is soldier.
Your father is a soldier, so you want to be a soldier. And then you have the soldiers here actually, they look good today.
Yeah.
You feel proud.
Yeah.
What message do you have for Gambians?
Yes, Mr. Vice President.
I would like to encourage them. It's just like this athletic is very good. We are seeing less of Sinabas, Mariam Bas, how she is representing the Gambia.
Thank you. So now by the next person.
Excellencies, former Vice Presidents here present, the Secretary to Cabinet and Head of the Civil Service. Honorable Cabinet Ministers, Honorable Members of the National Assembly and Members of the Judiciary, Excellencies, Members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, the National Security Advisor and other advisors to His Excellency the President, the Chief of Defense Staff of the Gambian Armed Forces,
Region 3.
the Chief of Defense Staff, the Armed Forces of Senegal, representatives from the Chief of Defense Staff and Chief of General Staff,
I'm so proud to
from the
come
Republic
here
of
because I never
Guinea-Bissau,
come here before.
the Kingdom of Morocco.
So how do you feel coming to the ground? You have seen different presidents.
The
How do
Kingdom
you
of
feel?
Saudi Arabia and the Federal Republic of
Like
Nigeria
the
here
President
present,
of Senegal and
Armed and Security Services chiefs, general officers and senior officers here present, heads of government departments,
for your competition.
non-governmental organizations,
Do you want to make your region very proud?
private companies
I
and
want to make
institutions,
my region very proud
venerable
because I have
religious
faith in
leaders,
God.
members of the press,
To put my region
distinguished
very
invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols
I'm going
duly
200,
and
400.
respectfully observed.
All those races.
Yes.
I am Colonel Lamin P. Sayan, Maybe because I'm going to complete some.
Okay, finally, what message do you have for Gambians?
I don't have
independence anniversary.
Thank you so much. That was brilliant. So we will have the last athlete to come here from the region, and then we will now join the highlights of what is actually happened here at the Makati Square. Well, Mary, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. We will now have the last athlete.
The big man in the building.
Yes, it already looks fitter.
On this day,
You know?
Tuesday,
What,
the 18th of February,
gentleman, young man, what's your name?
we are gathered here to celebrate
Amadou Kamara.
reflect, and as well
Well,
pay homage to a day
Region 4.
and event.
Okay, Dada, you will have to enroll.
Yeah, Mr. Kamara, first you will tell us, how do you feel coming to this ground, fully secured, and there are people outside there who want to come in to see the president and other presidents. How do you feel you getting the privilege to come here and also to appear on television?
Yeah, no, English is my problem. It's Maninga.
You speak Mandinka?
Yes.
Okay, saying.
La mi alon ko Senegalese president bi jang Guinea Bissau president bi anu na president fanam bi jang ite la kontano be nyadi
Ah, ndanya o nyame jos kontaan da bale. Kontaan da bale.
ngajel e moño sifal jama ila taka fuda jana imam fuda jang
Ah.
comme ni sayda so ko ne bi mu ne fala mo le mi alon ko ite fay iba tala jande mi alon ko ima karan school
Ah, nde fura so kon nza fo no nyaay fene je jos la nyaam kandunde bilen start kana jang.
So you independent or I mean it FAB.
Ndefe. Ah. Ni aketa nge lumba jinda.
So any lungo albetala nyola for
Only the sovereign people
Yemune
of the Republic of the Gambia have the right to determine who is to lead this country and how it is to be governed. But no foreign power or state has a right to determine who is to lead our country.
Thank you so much,
in
Abraka.
this manner of government. On this day, the Gambia and her people, armed with faith and hope in the spirit of progress and peace for a greater nation,
very soon
embarked on this
We're back.
historic journey in search of socio-economic development. 60 years on, as we celebrate this Diamond Jubilee today, the Gambia can boast of ultra-modern infrastructure, such as an airport, state-of-the-art hospitals, excellent road networks, a modern university, a wide range of home-trained as well as internationally trained doctors, lawyers, and professionals in diverse fields. This Diamond Jubilee is not just a celebration of our past, but a affirmation of our commitment to a future filled with promise and prosperity. On this note, I would like to once again seize this golden opportunity on behalf of the National Organizing Committee and the Armed and Security Services of the Republic of the Gambia to congratulate each and every one of us out here and outside on a journey that took us 60 years, which we are celebrating here at the Makati Square in Banjul. Without further ado, permit me at this juncture to invite the parade commander to continue or to commence proceedings with the march past. Parade commander. The parade commander will now invite His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, His Excellency President Adama Barrow, to inspect the forces on parade. Thank you.
Your Excellency, I am Lieutenant Colonel Armando J. Jata, Parade Commander, 2025, 68th Independence Anniversary Parade, form up. 60 officers, 640 other ranks, in open order, ready for your inspection. Your Excellency. permission.
Excellencies, please invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. With that, we have come to the end of the inspection of the parade by His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Next, we shall have the march past of the security forces on parade. I just want to make a few an announcement on a few housekeeping rules. You may recall that the color party has two officers with flags. One, the national flag, that is the red, white, blue, white, green. And then the other officer has the Gambia Armed Forces flag. You may also recall that the President, during his inspection, when he reached the national flag, he had to pause for a moment and pay compliment to the national colors. Now, as they march past each and every one of us, it is expected that members of the security services in uniform shall all rise, as well as civilians, to pay compliment to the national flag. Thank you.
Advance in slow and quick time. Advance in review order. By the center. Slow march.
Assisted on the right by Captain Samedi and on the left by Captain Amadba. Right behind him, we have the National Army Female Detachment, led by Captain Siraju Kasama, and assisted on the right by Captain Maimuna Tamba, and on the left by Captain Janabasane.
And assisted on the right by Captain Maimuna Tamba.
baji kam ne o halla jolaɓe o majjol ngol tolni ɗo ɗo mbayɗo nuwa bisimilla.
March past Kenya inye kupuli National Army, Immigration, Fire Service, Gambia Police Force, Gambia Revenue Authority, koko nyare mache jat dere funaka special day Golden Jubilee 60 years Gambian na baju fanga foli ya wekila yoko mwenga mache police band kurunde kalmande ko non Gambia National Army kurunde bane kila wo pour jat ni pour bo men kila yan ko nya babe kunyala ke kero munge ko te jo banko boko mache katu berunde o kila ko woyno mi Gambia Police Force ko to beru ngay tate manko kanji ma fatu la o to lu ko baka safu
no ar siri ala junwa mara mo ko wara ko ngara mo be ni ke gadu wala tan ci fanna ni ngay sa sa kundo wa gemu match basket ho ma akemu na talla aldingondi na nyako da yanga to ko da be sey nga to pasimire day ken ni ga yanga to di yanga be ga uniform no andi ngena yanga ko compliment lenki baski waddi kare wadi yigulla hoygo muñini sikkenga ila hoygo muñini nandalla tengu batte no yagare la dekela bari waddi lengi yagaru kunya jari do nyei waddi ma sha Allah pare commandant yogo ni yagaru nyei yela kunne hibenu wada imman ka mutu nawtu jiare kengani Gambia Revenue Authority, Gambia Navy, nanagawarati Gambia Immigration Department, nanagawarati Gambia Fire Rescue Service, nanagawarati Gambia Police Force, kendo fanna gabe nanagawarati Gambia Armed Forces, wadni kungu wadni higanay kundal lake bar lengi ya haruni mena kana ngawutu anda dalana igana mat paske da bari nasmana injiri na marahan katu tabbido do katto nakati warni sere ken kay katakane bare ke hakati yagarin ci uniform no gondi wadni mukabe kenyan tawi birambe ti makat square ran kunne wadni ke hakati dadala nagari tokis nuku hibenu wati tokis nuku la dam ko dakhe gani ko gar na ndika hoyi na loko dake dalla lungo dangani parce que ko ko tani birambe angana muke gangwa gari nyimanga wadni ken alhamdulillah hi goren amanya nan ko gambia ga do ke television ka hore banane ran kunne wadni television ka hore tano gido jaman cellanga na liye ran kunne odi war na ndika hoyi birambe na ke ko da jura kenani independence celebration ke sasa kundu kemmo ko nambe be ganyari ganninga angat nan di minister ngai parenga makinga iti tanga nempo la kontrol nagane no nalante wala camera ko ngi sikko dingiran do men jwa bari ke killa gamanya GRT se ga nagane no ndi ay da su sigin sellanya asu ga sigiran kita bila manga kebe munu anna kita na aklime ko do wadni gambia tanga nempo la ko wadni onia magan kutonga sasa kundo ni indi fo munu ge ipare mo gonyani ite hunu nyani ipo mo gonyani wadni masha Allah asu ange bulengi abrameti independence celebration kay wadni excellency president Adama Barrow ay me nasmana aso en ko rayani parce que tane gora bari ara mo goda bari minister ni fallo way ken ma tangande ko nakon joro bara ay me gara bari manyiri hasal nyai ri hasal ken ni gay na ke sera saro ko da kenaka parce que ngana wi bu bakene ko wara bakene bar ku bari taru gude ngana de ngeda battenga diga joni no ba kana joni ko ni ken no wadni aduna golle subadi anna karanga anna famu anna kata adabar ni ken no golle ke kara da famu akatuna dabari birambe na dabar lenki wadni jamanu gonu intrusion ko hoy kadi nan la waro ko jamane ken ko ndiyere ti tangan ni manko cabinet ministre nu député nu kendo civil society nan daga ti NGO nu ko lakke su angat nan di su uri ke ko tay nan dika hene ke ko ta jura wadni man ko ko ne ke ko ta jura kon ko hana keri ke be tengo nga jamane ni keri no tengo wadni o ma sanga de hakkat nan do jura tangan den pino ma sanga de hakkat nan do jura ko ko biro ko don ni biambe kenya na kumeno ko to ganari ona katu jura ni hosu haklan ta hunde anga tangan den pour la ken ko ngal so ni so do ngai ran kunna iri iya ngi so nga makko akon dani ko ranyani seo ken no ni watni ona ken fannay yera gune gambia ni jamane anga tanti ke ko no mo manjuri jura ni na duwa tuwa sagunde dingira wunye dingira ko mo be no gatage odo ko ngol lubare ne do do jamaw tan ngoro ko mekki tan ko ci gollunga anga tan hiru won tan gollunga warni na microphone kikini alaji esa jalloy kalima nonu ko.
Thank you very much, Haji Sumundu. As you can see in our pictures here, the parade on the way. Now they are going to switch now to quick march. And the order of the parade is the Gambia National Army leading in their red ceremonials, followed by the Gambia Navy in white, and the other red after the Gambia Navy is the Republican Guards Sergeant, and then the Gambia Police Force, the Police Intervention Unit, and the General Duties Officers follow.
Your Excellency,
the Immigration in their brown, and the Prisons Department coming with the cream and brown. So that is the Immigration, and the Prisons follow with their green jacket ceremonial dress. Followed suit after the Prisons is the Gambia Fire and Rescue Service, and then at the end of the parade is the Gambia Revenue Authority Detachment. Well, this is the formalities of the events, and we will tell you that after this parade by the security forces here, we will witness a parade of school children. Well, before the 1980s, or before the birth of the Gambia National Army, we used to have the Gambia Police Force that used to lead the march paths, and then followed by the voluntary organizations like the Boy Scouts, the Boys Brigade, the Brownies, the Girl Guides, and the Red Cross, and then the school children from different regions of the country, or different schools in Banjul and the Congo areas. And also at the tail end of that, you will see the athletes who are supposed to take part in the Regional Athletics Championship after the parade. Well, today we've seen
that the order has changed, but we are expecting to see the police band to lead the second part of the parade after the parade of the security forces. When we talk about the music that is being played underneath here, mainly traditional songs and some religious songs. And this is what many people come here to listen to and see how this is being done in the form of a parade. But
while we shall see or witness the parade march in the new order, advance in the new order.
partner and the security forces on parade, another resounding round of applause for that spectacular display of drill and march. But that is just the tip, because as they have turned their backs now, there is more in store. Stand by.
Retire! Hold the center! Quick, march!
Ladies and gentlemen, next we shall witness a display whereby the forces on parade will be inscribing some letters and figures that have everything to do with this Diamond Jubilee. We would crave the indulgence of the media houses with the drones so that they can get us very good aerial footage, because the letters that they will be composing can only be visible from the air. Thank you.
Move to the right in column of routes. Right, turn. Onto your letters and numbers. By the left. Quick, march.
And each will go to a position, and by the time they are ready with their movements, from an aerial vantage point, they will be forming some letters, which I will leave for the media houses to help us decipher. Thank you. The letters will be read from left to right. So you're reading numbers from green down to GI. From top. That's 1965. Dash 2025. So from aerially, His Excellency. So from top to the green, from the green, that is the National Army, down to the GRA, the aerial footage will show us the figure 1965-2025. They will now take us to the next drill. They will disperse again and form another combination of letters and figures. They're almost done. So aerially, what do we see? Gambia at 60. Your Excellency. So aerially, after their movements, they have been able to settle to write the letters Gambia at 60. Now we go for the most interesting one. Now they will move back again and then compose another design. Or is it a color, or a letter, or a figure? Well, there they go again. What magic will they pull this time around? they going to form or compose a letter or a number? Or a color. Now they have formed themselves into a rectangular block, very closely knit. Then they will face us, and then from the air, they will give us something very interesting. It's not that color you are seeing on the screen, because that color is nothing. There we go. This one will be from towards the pavilion, coming down to the presidential dais. So you read from that, up, down. So they are bringing out something from their pockets. Well, it seems like those at the top there have what? Red color. Those here to the bottom have what? Am I seeing green? It's a red, white, blue, white, green. That's the Gambia flag there you have. Well done, Parade Commander. Now they will go back to where they left off to join back their various detachment commanders and the parade commander. Gentlemen, after the formation of letters, next we shall have a fire for a joy. For a medical personnel, your instrument is the needles, the syringes, the stethoscope. For the electrician, you have your toolbox. For us men and women in the profession of arms, our equipment, our weapons, our arms and ammunition. So each of these professions have a way of expressing joy in commemorations like this. So for this occasion, these troops on parade will be firing for a joy. This is a mark of high respect and compliment to a sitting head of state or a sovereign. Please be warned that the ammunition that will be fired here is all blank ammunition to not cause any harm or injury. So they'll be firing 3 volleys, and at the end of each firing, there will be a rendition of the national anthem in several stanzas. Whenever the national anthem is being played, it is expected for us all to rise, and those in uniform to pay compliments by saluting. I thank you all for your kind attention. Parade Commander.
We'll fire for the joy. Officers and colors, take post. Stand in load. Son. Please. take pose.
Next, we shall have the 3 hearty cheers for His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces.
Arms. Red. We remove headdress. Remove headdress. Three hearty cheers for His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Gambia Armed Forces, Mr. Adama Barrow. Hip, hip, hip! Hip, hip, hip! Hip, hip, hip! Red! We replace headless. Replace headless.
Next, we shall have the national anthem. We shall all rise to pay compliments before the parade marches off.
Soldiers, arms. Red, we reform 3 ranks from 2 ranks. Form 3 ranks. Slow arms. National salute. Present arms.
You may now resume your seats. Next, the commander will march forward to seek His Excellency's permission before he marches with the troops on parade. Parade commander. With that, we have come to the end of the march past of the forces on parade. Next, we shall witness a march past of the school children and other voluntary organizations in Gambia, to be led by the Gambia Police Force Band. Once again, on behalf of the National Organizing Committee, we would like to thank you most profoundly. And we hope
in slow and quick time. Advance in review order. Drill display. Fire for the joy and 3 hearty cheers. May I have your permission to march off the parade. Your Excellency.
With that, we'd like to bow out and pass the podium to the Director of Press and Public Relations at the Office of the President, Madam Amibojang Sisoho, who will do the commentary for the school children and other voluntary organizations. Until we come your way, once again, I am Colonel Lamin K. Sanyang, the Director of Press and Public Relations, Gambia Armed Forces. Congratulations.
Move to the right in column of routes. Right, done. By the left. Quick, march.
Shall we humbly rise to honor the flag?
assisted by Captain Kemo Kanute and your entire team, the technical team. We thank you all for that wonderful commentary. Excellencies, distinguished guests and invitees, allow me to stand on the existing protocols already mentioned by Colonel Sanyang. We are here to celebrate our Diamond Jubilee, and today, for the march past by voluntary organizations and school children, we have 5 voluntary organizations. That's the Scout Band, Boys Brigade, Girls Guide, Red Cross, and the regional athletes. However, we'll have 70 lower basic schools who will also be marching, along with 46 upper basic schools. Also, we have 34 senior secondary school children who will be here to march with us. Today's parade also includes a performance by Bright Stars on the Free Diamond theme, marching in solidarity for self-reliance and national development. We will also have the national anthem in Wolof by school children. This will be followed.
We've seen quite a display, from the security forces. Dauda, we and Mama, welcome back. We've witnessed the symbolic march past of the men and women, in uniform. We've seen what they've demonstrated here. Basically, tell us a little bit of your impressions with regards to what we all saw here. I'm sure everybody out there that was watching was really impressed with this.
People and the energy, like everything about the march past, and of course the gunshots. It was really nice. But at some point, also watching it here, like for myself, I was really afraid when they were shooting the gun. I have to go behind, but really, it's nice. And how these people were able to do this. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of courage, determination, and enthusiasm for one to be on this ground, for one to demonstrate what these people have really demonstrated here.
Of course, Dauda, the work you have seen today was not done just within a day, was not done even within a month. You could see they've started this way back in December. You've seen the different forces actually demonstrating what they mean. You have the army, which symbolizes our defense. You have the police, that signifies our law enforcement. We also have the immigration to show our migration control and here. We have the prison force and other forces that we are part of it. No, take us through the ambience and how you felt. What would you have for these people?
Thank you very much, and to everyone who is watching. Today's celebration for me is the best out of the best. I mean, looking at the battle, the drill, I will first commend the parade commander and his entire team for the job well done. It was somehow kind of boring. When we start, we all were expecting things to be the usual way of celebration. But this year, they included something that is so unique, which has never been done before. That is the display of numbers. That is 1965 and 2025. Imagine, one would wonder for how long these people have trained to be able to gather, and then imagine a parade of more than at least 1,000 people be able to disperse and make letters like that. It is so amazing, and I am sure everyone who is watching will feel a sense of unity and also something very special from this ground, and also the display of the Gambian flag, using their different uniforms from different departments to display the colorful flag, which has a deep meaning in Gambia, and it also represents a lot of things that the country is unique for. For me, the celebration was just wonderful, and they sent a message without saying words. Understand?
You said they send a message. What message they were trying to actually send?
This, the message they send is unity, peace, and support. Because, I mean, looking at these people, within a short time, they're able to communicate in actions, do things unifiedly. Now here you don't even know who is immigration, who is the Gambia police, if you don't know their uniforms. They're all marching the same direction, the same command, and one commander on the ground, controlling all these people. I mean, this told you that unity, you know, we cannot all be in the same level, but when one is at the level, we give that person that due respect. And I commend the leadership of the Gambia Armed Forces for championing this parade. They did a fantastic work, and to all the security agents that are present here, they did a fantastic work. This celebration is probably the best, and everyone has really enjoyed what they did here, because this is a unique celebration. Gambia, we have the best, I can say, in the whole world, the best marching style.
So I'll come back to Mama. At some point, I saw you know, in Himo, I saw you wanting to be part of those people. The joy in you was overwhelming. You know, tell us, what lesson have you actually learned from here? Seeing the fact that we have even the leader of the Gambia's biggest opposition party, that is AM Senu Dabo, was also part of it.
She tell us that when politics comes, politics comes. But when the nation comes, it's for the nation. And we cannot celebrate the Gambia without Lawyer Usenu Dabo. We cannot celebrate Gambia. We cannot say anything about the Gambia, leaving him behind. Because no matter what, he can narrate to us from the first regime, to the second regime, to the third regime that we are in. So this tells us that everything is set aside, but the country comes first. Because due to their political differences, due to their beefing amongst other things between them, they both set that aside. He was invited the right way, and he came also to place the occasion. That tells people that we take the country first instead of our personal interests. Basically, this is what I have got from it.
So basically, he came despite the fact that the recent months we've seen, you know, the fraction between the two of them. That is the backlash between back and forth between the two of them. But he had actually managed to break the cycle to show that this very day is different from a political day, obviously. And what message was actually that sent to Zambian, especially those that are, you know, in their different parties,
I think basically what their party militants should learn from this is that when it comes to the country, it's the country first. And when it comes to their political parties, it's their political parties. But let's put the interest of the country first. That is why he left all those things aside. That is why the president set aside all the differences aside, and then he invited him to come to this ground. And today he is here to celebrate the country. But one thing I believe that he also knows that is the fact that we cannot celebrate the country's independence by leaving him behind. Because being one of the biggest opposition in the country tells a lot. That signifies that he should be on the ground, and him also being the former vice president as well, it also tells a lot that he should be here. So if he set aside everything, there is nothing that their militants, both NPP and UDP, cannot set aside to make sure that we speak positive about the country, to make sure that we go out and so that our country today is celebrating its Diamond Jubilee.
Very important point, that is having Usenu Dabo, who is actually the leader of the Gambian biggest opposition party. But of course, let me come back to you. Earlier on, we've seen, prior to the debate today, we've seen a signboard, you know, capturing all the three heads of state. Of course, there were a backlash, obviously, on the picture or the image of the former president, that is His Excellency Yahya Al-Hadi Jammeh, who was Gambia's second president in the Second Republic. You know, take us through as to why, you know, critics claim that he should not be included.
Yeah, if we are to go by history, I think those who were against the involvement of Jammeh in this flag, in this billboard, we are just doing it out of personal emotions, not in the interest of the country or in the interest of the so-called justice that everyone is talking about. If we are to do justice, Jammeh is a Gambian and still a Gambian. He is a former president. You cannot remove him from Gambian history. You can talk about Gambian history and forget about Yahya Jammeh. What people should focus on is unity first. Those who are campaigning, I know the campaign is ongoing for Jammeh to be prosecuted, which is very fair enough. But that doesn't mean that because he is accused, they said somebody is an accused, is innocent until proven guilty. He has not been proven.
Well, let me just stop you here because I have the Boy Scout actually marching, and I am proud those days in my primary and junior secondary school. I used to be a very active one indeed. It was really part of me, and you could see from the background, they actually now taking it their turn for them to also showcase what they have. Most of these people in the army today or in these other forces, got this from them. But anyway, moving from that, I shall allow you now to continue.
Like what I'm saying, if we are to celebrate this day, and then let's say Gambians agree that they will remove Jammeh from the billboard and then put Jawara and Yahya President Barrow. Now what happened in the gap between them? The gap between them, what happened there? We are doing justice to those who are coming. I think it's better we portray the image there. Let people know that this is a president. He's a former president. The same way Barrow today, he is the president. Whether he likes it or not, whether NPP likes it or not, whether Gambians like it.
And of course, despite all his human rights atrocities, he has actually done a lot of progress for this nation.
One thing I believe is that we all advocate justice. But again, when national issues come, we have to put aside our emotions. You cannot judge based on emotions. Let us allow the court of law to play its part. If they want Jammeh, let them bring him and then prosecute him. But to say that you're going to talk about Jammeh, you're going to say anything about Jammeh, you can't even post him on stage, you can't do anything about Jammeh. Hey, look, if we are to go by that, then everybody will be wiped in history. So that is not important for me. What is important is the Gambia, of course. Let's unite as people. We develop our country. Jammeh was here for 22 years. He's out. Barrow is here for 8 years, 9 years now. One day he will step out the same way. He is blocking the traffic. The police are blocking the traffic for Barrow to pass. After his tenure, the same way Barrow will be back on the roadside if he is using the road for someone else to pass. Life is turn by turn. We just have to do things and then make sure we hold people accountable, but that doesn't mean that we should be sentimental or use our emotions to make judgments. This is very unfair.
I mean, the country actually obviously is at crossroad when we look at it, with different people having different ideologies, those in support of Barrow, those in support of Jammeh, and actually, Sisadauda he's already gone and done and dusted. His chapter is no more, the subject of the day. Now, what would you tell Gambians or those that are at crossroads that we are celebrating 60 years of nationhood, and of course, these two prominent presidents obviously cannot be left out. What do we need to do moving forward? I will tell you that, my father was beaten. My father was tortured. My father was killed. My uncle, my this and that. That you cannot erase because it is already in the, it counts actually. It really counts in the country. So basically, what we can do is that, because even when the issue of the banner issue in fact came up, when others were saying Jammeh shouldn't be on the banner, Jammeh shouldn't be on the banner, I engaged someone who is also someone fighting against Jammeh being on the banner. I asked him, why do you think Jammeh should not be on that banner?
you know, it has to be something has to be there to signify that. You know what? We cannot talk about the Gambia and not talk about Jammeh. Those bad things, those tortures happened within the 60 years, and we are saying 60 years. One cannot go on one stage.
Watching us live here at the Makati Square, where we are having, you know, a march past of students. We've seen the Boy Scout that actually passed, and right now we have Albion Lower Basic School who is actually marching. They've been entertained by the Gambia Police Force. Obviously, Dauda, 22 years of Jammeh's rule meant a lot. But today, it's a new era in a new democratic dispensation of the Gambia. And by despite that it is 60 years of nationhood, obviously the country has a lot to reflect on. And there are so many things that this country really needs, cognizant of the fact that we are still dependent on foreign aid, you know, for our development and whatnot, you know.
To work on as a nation. There is no country that is fully independent, and because we've seen that in the latest report by Action Aid regarding climate change issues and how developed countries are owing countries in Africa here, it is huge amount of billions of dollars. That tells you that no one is an island. But again, this is a day we have to reflect and renew our commitments to ensuring food security, to ensuring quality education, to ensuring quality health, to ensuring security of the nation, to ensure a lot of good things. We have to make sure that we at least produce 60% of what we need in the country, so that the 40% we can depend on others. But as it is,
we are seeing we are also seeing ABC, we also seeing Albion, all of them marching past the president, and St. Teresa's is up next. We also have Bagari. They are all waving at the president, signifying that it's a day to rejoice. I'm sure the children, obviously, this will go down their memory lane. It is something that we have never had opportunity to march past the president and wave his wave while he wave back. This has been a tradition and a custom in the Gambia which actually we cannot wipe out. But obviously, I'll still allow you to move on from where we stopped.
Yeah, like I was saying, we need to, as a nation, we need to brush up and then help to how best we can produce at least some of the things that we need. Let's say if you need $100 seed, you are able to produce $60 seed. It will be very easy for you to go and look for where you can tap in and get the $40 seed. But you need $100 seed and you don't have anything. It means you are starting from scratch. 60 years is not much, but again, let us redouble our efforts to ensure that we are able to produce enough rice in this country, which is very important. Because in this country, there is no household that does not consume rice. Compared to other countries, you go, the rice is something that people eat based on what if they want to eat rice, they go and cook rice. But in the Gambia, anyone you serve food today, morning, tomorrow without rice.
Some of the schools that are marching past, waving the president. We have Albion, we also have Ladikula Sami, we have St. George School for them, we also have Ecole Senegalese that are also coming. We have Kobe Filipino Basic School, it's our
Apultri International.
something that makes you happy. Because watching these students, yes, I am really happy watching them, you know, seeing them march past the president. And then I'm like, anyway, I was never opportune to have this, so these people really had the opportunity to get this. So I believe how happy I am today sitting here and people watching me in the same way that these people also passing by the president are happy, and their parents too happy and proud of them as well.
And then today someday to say I was part of those people who are part of the 60 years anniversary.
Yes.
Now that you could tell us
a long way. I also came and today, you know what, the Diamond Jubilee celebration, I was sitting with my colleagues at Magati Square, and of course giving another gift after this current of the country as well. So basically, you know, it's not everything. Childhood days I was not able to march past the president, but today I have the platform to sit down and then speak, and the president in one way or the other watches me. That is something that one has to be proud of.
Watching the live march past, could you give us a rundown of some of the schools that are marching past, you know, the president, and you know how you felt actually?
Well, it's very important.
We're gonna spend the rest of the day here but I will just name a few schools we have here. We have Backwater, we have St. Tracy, St. Augustine, St. Peter's, you have Albion. You have many schools. The fact that for me, what is more enticing in this is that the involvement of kids at young age in this is very important day, and giving them the chance to march past before the president and other presidents is very important. And this is going to serve as a reminder for everybody that the kids should not be left behind in whatever we are to do. We have to show them this is how we do it. These are the kids. Among them, we might expect a president, we might expect the police, we might expect the PIU, we might expect those from the immigration, those who will be serving the Gambia Armed Forces. So bringing them here to also witness this thing firsthand is very important, because those, like you said, those in the army were one time here, those in the police, those in the immigration, those at the prison have one time or the other been paraded like this, and then they watch it. This is hand-on experience. They watch it, others are doing it, now it is their turn to do it. And they are doing it in front of dignitaries. This is very important. And it's also a commitment from the schools as well. For Serekunda Upper Basic School, you have the Reverend Jesse Fai School.
We also have, so these are the schools that are,
I mean, this is kind of thing is you have Serekunda Upper, we have, these are all schools, I mean, being selected as a student to participate in this very important occasion. It's a unique feeling. Yes. So in those days, this is like diamond in your hands for you to be selected to come to the city.
And I remember there was a criteria for you to be selected.
Exactly. And most of the students,
either you are handsome or you are smart in class.
Most of the students coming who are selected from the numbers, the first criteria is you must be very brilliant. For the school to trust you, you must be very brilliant, because you don't expect the school to select anyone and then bring them in front of the president. Whatever they do here, it is going to reflect on the school. So the schools also, they are very careful in selecting representatives. You have to have a good character, you have to be brilliant, and do a lot of good things so that you are able to, this is why in those days, as students, we struggle a lot to make sure that we impress the school by performing well, by making sure we obey the rules and regulations of the school, by participating in school activities, so that events like this is a privilege. You are selected. That is it. Whenever you are asked that, you are told that and you will be going for the independence celebration. You become a celebrity in those days, because wow, it's just wow.
It seems the village boy actually is overjoyed with what he's seen here. Cognizant of the fact that those days for you to make it is either you are smart, or at least you are facially looking good, or you have a good connection with one of the teachers. You know, and today it's a different. So, wow.
You have to be a teacher's favorite, good looking or smart for you to be choosing to come to.
I mean, let's come back to let's come back to the security forces today.
Okay.
You know, their performance today was really impressive indeed. You know, you could see the amount of effort they invested in their training and how much they did. Now, but obviously, with all that they have done, some of them, when they are going back, they are thinking of, you know, how to get home, what to put there. What do you think needs to be done? Because we are celebrating 60 years, and yet some of our security forces, you know, they are not well paid.
Many will tell you that I don't even have a transport to go home, and most of the time when I come to the high court and I'm going back, you will see around 4 p.m., 5 p.m. the Banjul highway, you will see most of them security officers standing there, police officers, army, other service officers, the prison officers. You will see them standing on that road, waiting for lift, begging lift to take them home. I believe if these people are empowered, if these people are paid well, they wouldn't be standing on those lanes. In this country, yes, they call it salary, but it's just allowances. Because paying an officer who is a family man, or paying an officer who is not even a family man but has responsibilities on his shoulders. You have your mom to take care of, you have your siblings to take care of, and you know, and seeing the price of commodities in this country, it's indeed sad to see our officers being paid low. And today, seeing the sacrifice that these people did today, and you see, our head of state, our government officials, our invited guests are all sitting down under a shade. But look at our guard officers. These people were standing under the hot sun till the arrival of all the dignitaries and of course the president. They marched past, they demonstrated excellently well. But now when we sit down and think, how much, most of those people in fact who were standing here for 3 hours, 4 hours under the hot sun, do not even have a transport to go back home. Now they are thinking of how they will reach their families. It's indeed sad, and I believe that they should be empowered. Their salaries need to be increased for them to be able to take care of themselves and their families.
Just like I said, most of the time when I'm leaving Banjul, I have to, when I see them, I have to see some of them in my car. And obviously, it's very sad.
See, and it's very, very sad. You know, that is why when they say the officers this and this, you have to empower our officers here in the country. If our officers in our country are not empowered, what do you expect them to do? Any means that they can get money, they'll venture into it. And obviously, if you don't empower someone who is securing you, someone who makes sure that you go to bed safe and sound, if you don't empower that particular person, he or she will go into anything that will gain, they will have money. And that is where the issue of the Gambia Police Force comes into play. The traffic officers that you said, I could remember one of President Barrow's speeches where he said those officers in the traffic should not be receiving bribery or money from these people. And of course the police PRO also was sitting here saying they're looking for ways to reduce it. It will be hard for them to reduce it. Why? Because they need to be supported. They need to be paid well for them to stop what they are doing. If I am receiving what I believe can take care of me and take care of my family, anyone who obstructs the law, I will make sure I am law abiding because I am receiving well. But now, if you are paying me $5,000 in this economy, where we are right now, cost of living, bag of rice, everything is increasing, everything is huge. So you pay me 5K. You expect me to see someone who will give me $500 or $1,000 a single day, and I reject it? I will not, obviously. So they should be empowered pocket-wise. If they are supported pocket-wise, obviously it's going to stop.
I mean, recently they had salary increment. That's 30% across, but I mean, is that what we really need? Is that what we really need? Is it a salary increment we need or a salary restructure?
When they say they increase the salary, when you go and check, anyway, I do not do much finding to ascertain how much has been added to a particular salary, but I know what has been added to the salary. It's just small. That cannot still sustain these officers, they need to be supported well. They need to be paid well. How can a security officer who makes sure that you go to bed fine, safe and sound, is paid just a bit, just a little thing? You expect that person to still continue his hard work. It cannot be like that. So they need to be empowered very well. They need to be paid good for them to be able to serve well. But look at it. If our officers retire from office, basically what do they end up having? What do they end up doing? What is there for them to save? If you pay me less, what can I save?
The acrobatic and the fantastic, work that the security forces have done, and obviously they've shown that they're really sacrificing for this nation. But looking at their welfare is something that's really worrying, because behind the scenes they tell you how they live. It's really pathetic. What do you think means? What's the way forward?
Most of the people they are indirectly they are not motivated. So looking at the sacrifice that particularly the security forces are taking to this country, they are giving out their lives. Every day, the police officers standing at the road for controlling traffic, the police officers putting his life at risk. Mind you, these are fathers, these are mothers, these are brothers, these are sisters. They have families to take care of. They have needs to take care of. They are like any other person. But many people think the security forces are different breeds of human beings. We are all equal. We are all the same. The same way the bag of rice is expensive to you, perhaps it is twice more expensive for the police officer who is not earning much and in 30 days. So I will call on the government to make sure that they do the needful by making sure they increase the salaries of our civil servants, not only the security forces, but the civil servants, to ensure that they are well motivated. But for the securities, let them equip them as well. Let them give them the resources they need and also upgrade their salaries to make sure that security should be a lucrative job.
Restructure the salary, or
when I say restructure, it's from A to Z. The securities need to be restructured, ranging from training, admission, the salary base, their working conditions. Now that the police stations are improving, before, if you see a police station, you think that it's a house that is abandoned. And the people there, some of them leave good houses to go there to serve the nation. Security should be a lucrative business that will attract people with degrees. But here, many people think once you join the police, they said you don't have university admission, or you don't complete high school. Yes, and that should not be. That should not be the case. Security should be a job for those people with PhD. What is stopping people from doing it? Because the money is not there. You cannot go to school and get your PhD. The rest of, and every month you are receiving $5,000 or less. People will tell you as a failure. So again, when I talk about restructuring, you look at those in the civil service. You have your bachelor's degree. You are working for the public. I have my bachelor's degree. I am working in the private sector. The same degree. You are earning 3 times more than what I am earning. What? Are you seeing the point? We sat in the same class, the same lecturer, the same degree, the same university, but you are receiving 3 times as I am. I think the government should set the bar very high to make sure that they are able to take people from the private sector and attract them to join the public sector. In that way, they are going to help a lot. If the government set the bar very high, and now they are able to tap people who are working in the private sector to come and work for the government, that is going to be a very big plus. Now that, imagine, you know that you as a police officer, your degree is up there and your salary is up there. Traditional, yes.
Makati Square, Jar Independence in Gambia, ja nonu funa ka fo fonu bajam fanga folla funa ka vise se mariko mana sani won nena bolen politique bulo mun nena dum tikara yo ujuke ja wata e samay yo na gorore yo bayi sen mariko Gambia uronu manjam fanga fola ano san na puri mana isi ko fane mana isi enda fanga fola e kumpa yo e won nyangue tare e kujo ko bare ngam kujo la so unfortunate that Dartin Lakonya, most of them, I'm the only one who speaks Jola here, and then it's a little bit disturbing that my Jola people are actually there. But I would allow you two now to actually, tell those that are watching, especially our Mandinka and all of people, what's really happening here after the parades.
Sentencing ngajelo ku match ketale mengata different security officials akabogabe fire rescue service GRA gabe police force PIU gabe immigration yalon siade jaman ina tana ne display ta yalon ye kol me yalon ko nyanta wala nyama dikaje so biri wol yake wala bojeto na rasu da fana student fana frente karamudo dinni wol abiring jang biri rural area to fokala na urban settlement jang bedame do teng ngaje student wol parenting be march pass la yalo ne tulungol be ke ganda nin jelu so comme ñine mu poti mi anan ko wala be takan magati square jang tenting wol be student wol parenting ibe tala ibe tani nala anim mo ko tangol membe jang ibe match kang president o so no botaje bina speech stola president block comme mbari man ko ka faale ko ngel keri jang dawda isi fem fono ko take na den ta comme ko mi anan ko wolbe kama kanjan senteting comme baje kam background ro nyame
comme mbadi mo television o balel banjul sade bono sante ngajale ko pared ni abandal say ni ko mo bala bo nyoto wala be keri sante be mol men soto kan jam wala bright star ti nyil mu kafoti mi yalon ko fonden kelle yalo pour que mol se wonde ka mol contande dron e telle kana bala bo nyoto ko wala hitande mo la jan ni ko mo katia taroke ka mol contande be gos ngajale ko tilobe fatiyare mbakele ando molbe den damindo de bendi jang foni melbe serinde ben ko doron bari fanan ka red cross ko tentu bakele because ngajale ko fanambe kata ku bake kana pour kaje ko momo yalon ko tilo e batande worante ku dona de batande la doron ite ma ko pour esen ko bari ñim mati yalon ko kamen jeten wolum bright star leti ilani ko wala ñim mal yemen fenkete wolum gambia la couleur wolum ni ko me ga gambia sude men wolum min ko red white blue white green ina taka ni ko la ñim mal ba ke ñin teman to andu abe ñi ñaari ba ke fanana pour kana kamol se woni dron ate banjul sade ñu ko because ngajelo ko bi kada lu ngodi mi yalon ko mi yalon akuma ta bakele umu jura lu ngodi ajoni musidɓe fulɓe mi andina noon ɗo eɗen e nder saare banjul ɗo ganduɗa ko ɗo woni makari square nangue na woni nak way ha joni ko fi affaire leydi tan ko ɗum taki ha yimɓe fo ɗe jooɗi ɗo ɗi dari e nder nangue ɗi wakkilo tan kulle jiya tan nde ñalande e mbaɗine juura ko juural weydugol e jiina kaɓeɗe militaire ɓe e sécurité goɗɗi ganduɗa ɓe paari waɗgol parade mayno tak joni enen keeɓa ko ɗum woni weltare joni naɓɓe dariɓe to ɓe mbatti coñci ɗen ko ɗum woni gambia flag ko ɓe woni wiyeteɓe bright stars kamɓe ko groupe sukaɓe darni ɗum fi tan weltingo yimɓe par ce que nangue na wuuli they said all joke no work make Jack a dull boy so ko ɗum taki ɓe weltina yimɓe ɓe fimɓe ɓe kadi ɓe ganda nde ñalande ko piiji kewɗi woni hen nde ñalande nak ɗi waɗi important abete ha joni min jarnat red cross naɓe kamɓe ɓe annduɗa ko kamɓe woni damal cellal ɓeɗi dari ɗo fille wallugol yimɓe tan fi kalang arlo dara hota de jam mala kala kebdo problem sere sengo tellal tan be ballan mabbe gokkama lekki pi mbawta hebde hoore maade rek so dum non woni hunde ne ganduda de moji a bede wona seeda so no ndaren dam brastas gabdi ko be badanta enen do ko raddum di wadi nice mbokay di len jaajefal bu baax ba comme yena ngi seetaan Fatou Network ñu ngi ni ci Banjul Makati Square comme di len jaajefal bu baax ba comme no len ko xamé rek tay nekana bes bo xamantene bes bu am solo la mo neka independence celebration of the Republic of the Gambia te tay nak celebration bi gis nañ ne bu match pass bi paré rek students yi moy xalé school yi ñew ne tamé ñom tamé ñu def sen match pass bi ci kanam président Barrow ak natangoyam yo xamantene ñoo joggé ci yenen bitim rew melni Sénégal président Sénégal bi mu ngi fi ni moy Bassirou Diomaye Faye ak président bi nga xamantene mo bayé ko rew Guinée Bissau ki nga xamantene moy Oumar Mballo Sissoko ak ki nga ñepp ñu xam ak ñoo xamantene tamit dañ bayé ko ci yenen rew comme foreign minister bi nga xamantene mo joggé Mauritanie ak ñu bari di lañ jaajëfal bu baaxa ba su ko défé rek ñu sétane Bright Stars ñoo xamantene ñu ngi ñew pour bégel nit ñi ñu xam ne because gis nañ ne naaj baa ngi tàngate nit ñi ñu ngi struggle a lot su ko defee rek léegi ñu defar nit ñi théâtre ñu kontaan ba pare xam ne dëgg de bés bi moom lu bari la ñoo am fii nii képp ku fi ñëw rek yow match pass su la neexut di nga am théâtre mu neex la théâtre su la neexut di nga am students yi li ñoo def mu neex la loolu su la neexut tamit ngoon tamit ñu ne am nen bore ñoo xamante ne tamit bore moo leen dee bëggee di ngeen ko am tey te soo nekk na independence celebration man soo malatee dina la wax ne mooy di best it's the first time ñu ngi gis ne multiple activities ñu ngi koo def at the same time yow lii su la neexut de toogal rek bul wax ne neexut xaaral tuuti rek di nga am lu la neex.
Thank you very much, and the other part, right now what we are expecting, what we all waiting for is the speech of His Excellency. So, attending different independence, and you've had the president make speeches, attending, different occasions.
That's the Guinea-Bissau president, Oumar Mballo Sissoko, adjusting his tie, and sitting next to him is President Diomaye Faye.
And the president with his usual haftans.
And one thing I observe from this, it shows Africanism.
Yes.
You see, the chairs they are using is the same chairs that every other person is using. Can you imagine? Look, Bassirou Diomaye Faye, in fact, the chair I'm sitting on is more classic than the one he is sitting on currently. This tells you that Africa, we don't need anything other than unity. And African, the only thing even if you give them diamond seats, if you don't give them the respect, they will not sit on it. So this is the Africa we are known for. This is a continent of culture and respect.
Yeah.
This is a continent. Sometimes you go to other countries, as an elderly person, you are standing, a child is sitting, the child will not get up and then give you the seat. In Africa, go to any other country, you see, an elderly person will come, a child will just get up, whether the person knows this guy or not, you just get up and offer them a seat. This tells you that the importance of respect and unity, because this is our culture. So it's very important, Mama.
Okay. That's very, very important. And then we come to this part, Dauda, where we expecting the president to make his statement. So tell me, what are you expecting from His Excellency that you think are the thematic areas that he should focus his speech on?
Well, thank you very much. I think it's very important now. Now we are all anticipating the speech of the president. We all expect this speech to be touched in various sectors. This is independence. This is a day that the president also have the opportunity to address the nation in the presence of other nations as well. Right now, if Barrow is talking to Gambians, he is talking to Senegalese, he is talking to those in Guinea-Bissau, he is talking to those in Mauritania. So we are expecting now a very, very important message from him. So, look at this, we have poetry there, the picture of Gambia, this is a beautiful attire that we see here.
The beauty of having spoken word artists.
From Khartoum to Koina, today we march in solidarity. So march with me, my people. March with me. For without you, my destination is out of reach. March with me, my people. Now let's go.
ñëwal gannaaw dellu gannaaw ñëwal nii gis nga akuy bu ñëwee Banjul Botos ñun olof yi la gaay jiital jàngal ñu left ak right am déet kon nag lépp loo xam ne dafa war a méngoog maaj ñun olof yi ñoo war a jiitu bilaay maa laa jiitu bilaay maa laa jiitu si gannaaw déet bu nu xuloo saraxule moo war a màcc de saraxule moo war a màcc saraxule màcc fan olof daal moo war a jiitu buñ xewle man maa war a jiitu waaw wonal
We're having the Bright Stars Entertainment, and anyone who knows the Bright Stars Entertainment, we know them for entertaining people and of course educating people when it comes to the issues that the country is facing. You know, so we having them to have such entertainment for us, as we see. You know, they're always educating us, sensibilizing us through music. So today we're having them here, Aliu. What do you have on that?
Challenge actually trying to address a lot of things that are actually happening, ranging from irregular migration, youth unemployment, you know, youth with drug, and so many other things. And then I think they have been phenomenal in what they do. And of recent, we've seen their support from all the government, and then they have been recognized for their contribution. I think this is what we need. I believe with them, when we empower them, we continue to support them. Definitely, we will see a change, you know, and then we will no more be watching those Nigerians, those Senegalese, those people, because they are our pride for now. And then I think they need to be really supported.
What we have seen is a manifestation of nationhood, that Gambians are proud of their country, that history had been there, but then today every single Gambian understands the value of being free and the value of having a self-government. So this particular day is a manifestation of how proud we are as Gambians to celebrate our 60 years of nationhood as a diamond jubilee, knowing that self-rule also comes with its own side. And we as a country, when we're able to come together, unite together, we'll be able to at least promote development. So to me, it's a sense of nationhood, a sense of patriotism, and a collective belief in our own country.
Just to inform the audience, seeing that nowadays we've seen a wide change, especially having young people taking the lead. So, they get their self-government. What is this?
here, Jira, Develmi, and Zibra this side, Muslim. Why is it that very important markers are being discussed? You take it group here for.
Ali, thank you so much. So the Gambia Immigration Department was established by an Act of Parliament that was in 1965. So from 1965 onwards, we have been working tirelessly in making sure that we promote border management. We're also able to provide documents for the Gambians and non-Gambians within the country as well. So this past 60 years had been a journey of growth. It has been a journey of why we're able to provide new means of how to sustain our country. So GID, exemplary, if you look at the SSR itself, was quite key in how securities are able to also operate within the country. And GID had inspiration from that and be able to find means to also develop certain issues. So to us, the 60 years had been a year of growth. It had been a year of inspiration, a year whereby we reclaim our history and work harder towards trying to provide for our Gambian people. Whether it is documentation or it is about border management, we are always eager to serve. Of recent, we had announced that we were able to raise an amount of 420 million for the government of the Gambia. That can manifest to you that GID is committed towards national service. It is not just being in uniform, but being able to serve those people out there. So to us, this Diamond Jubilee is a sense of pride as a department. And again, we would affirm our belief that we are going to serve the Gambia harder and be able to promote development at the latter part as well.
That was really commendable from you. So now we look at the legal framework. The Gambia Immigration Department, how has it evolved in the past 60 years? And moving forward, what have we seen significant changes?
That's a very good question, Ali. I think legal reforms are quite important when it comes to GID's engagement. Our reform at some point had been a bit impeded by legislation. The Immigration Act was established in 1965, and since then, though it is not able to meet up our current realities, it is still what we are implementing. So as a department, the 60 years that established us still is also giving us some gaps as to how can we operate. Last year, we had what we call as the GID bill that was developed, and we believe if it is implemented, it is going to at least change how we work as a department. However, it is still in the process. It is not being implemented still. But we hope that once we have our bill in progress, then the laws we had that seems to be archaic, that seems to be ancient, that does not meet up to our current standards, will be able to at least revive how we work as a department. So when it comes to the Aliens Registration Act, when it comes to the Immigration Act, they are all archaic documents. They have been there since 1965 and 1977 respectively. And if we're able to work harder, to be able to meet up to 21st century style, we must have recent laws, current laws, that will be able to at least control how we operate. So to us, we believe that these 60 years could be a turning point where we can have legal frameworks being developed to be able to guide the work of GID at the larger scale.
Of course, we all know the Gambia has porous borders, and when it comes to the inflow of movement of people in and out has been a major challenge so far. Now, tell us what strategies is actually put in place by the Gambia Immigration Department in trying to address those challenges when it comes to people coming in and out. And also the issue of some of your security forces who are, I don't know if I am going to, there are legal implications, but those that are actually accused of, foul play, of helping to aid into bring in people without going to the right directions.
So I will have to start from your last statements. There is no GID officer who's been accused of any foul play. What we have is accusations that are alleged by people, and they are not substantiated. It is just based on let's say, false statements. So throughout last year, there had been no official written document that is sent to us that an officer is found being a foul play. But when it comes to how do we control border management, GID has that mandate to be able to control border management. I would agree we have porous borders within the Gambia, but then that does not mean that we are able to control the borders. In every officer recognized border of the Gambia, we have GID officers who also have a MIDA system, where anybody who wants to come in or leave the country is being enrolled in the system. Now, that is able to help us have a database where we can keep records of all migrants coming into the country and leaving the country as well. So border management is key. And then throughout the last year's engagement, we have seen officers being trained on border management capacities. We have seen them being trained on document security. And we believe when those efforts continue, we'll be able to also maintain the Gambia's border image as well.
I I understand the president will give his speech shortly, but before he comes in, would you like to throw a question to engage him before I have my other follow-up questions?
Yeah, he talks about them trying to, having difficulties in implementing. So I want to know, our audience would want to know, what are some of the challenges, or are there mechanisms that you guys lack that to implement those laws?
So it's interesting. In 2024, GID had a partnership with DICAF, Geneva Center for Security Governance. And then part of their mandate there was to be able to help GID to develop a bill that is going to meet up our contemporary realities. That was developed, and as we speak, it is currently at the ministry. And if that document that we're talking about is now being implemented, we'll be able to change how we operate. For instance, when it comes to irregular migration, GID today is trying to control how people leave this country and go outside. But when it comes to legislations, there is a gap that helps us empower the GID to be able to control migrants that are living in the country. So to us, it is quite important that if we're able to get those laws in place, if the government is able to support us to have that bill passed, then now we can become that proactive department whereby we can control border management, we can control irregular migration, and our officers too will be given the capacity to be able to serve this country at large.
Inside this country, like for example, foreign nationals, I want to know what are the steps or mechanisms that the immigration department look into thoroughly to make sure that people coming into this country are good people. Because for example, you will see when some robberies happen, or murder, among other things, they tend to have foreign nationals in it. So we want to know how secured is our border, and how does the Gambia Immigration Department, the procedures that you guys look into to make sure you allow people into the country?
Our borders are effectively and efficiently secured. Our officers everywhere within this corner of this country are eager to control the borders. And like I said, we have a military system that controls the borders. Now,
so we will have to cut it here for short for now, and then we will join the president. After the president's speech, we will continue from there.
The President of the Republic of Senegal, Bassirou Diomaye Faye.
Representative of the President of the Republic of Senegal, the Honorable Speaker, representative of the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, Honorable Defense Minister, His Highness Amir Makam, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, former Vice President of the President, Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, representatives of international organizations and partners, political parties, government officials, service chiefs, community, and religious leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is with an immense feeling of honor and joy I address this powerful gathering on this historic day, marking our 12 nations' 60th independence anniversary. As we celebrate the jubilee of the protocol of as the Council of Gambia in the Sovereign State. I welcome their excellencies, President Faye, President Barrow, representative of special initiatives, and the Amir of Kram in our midst. We acknowledge the appreciation of life, the grace of their presence, together with all distinguished guests in attendance. Your Excellencies, please feel at home. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme for this Jubilee celebration, marching in solidarity for self-reliance and national should be at the heart of our reflections and actions. As our collective political journey progresses henceforth, the team is involved, fostering our efforts towards the strong, united, and prosperous country we envision. In doing so, it is essential that we pass, celebrate our achievements, embrace the present, and commit to setting the benefit to a collective endeavor characterized by resilience, hope, and determination. As we look back, it has mentioned the enduring legacy of the nation's communities, and remind us of values, freedom, fortitude, and self-determination. As part of the economic resources, resource constraints, economic crisis, appreciation for achievements. The 2016 presidential election, leading to a peaceful constitutional change of government, demonstrates the power of unity and collective determination in shaping the progress of the country. These meetings should be steadily defined as possible as we embark head-on into the future. There is no doubt that since coming to office in 2017, we have made significant strides in national setting democracy and promoting governance while advancing need for future confidence, looking inward resilience and self-realization that we can navigate challenges to position Gambia as a competitive force in the global economy. This has to be a self-reliant, resilient, and inclusive Gambia for every citizen. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have made striking headway in various areas of development. The infrastructural development and growth awarded top talent, typically through construction, expansion or upgrading of hospitals, health facilities, schools, training centers, universities, roads and bridges. The multiple projects in the taking, either completed or in progress, are already enormously impactful. So far, over 910 kilometers of roads, for example, have been made, and works on 365 kilometers of rural and urban roads are ongoing. Our plan is to construct 500 kilometers more of quality roads. We also take great pride in our achievements in the area of education and health. These far, a total of 424 new schools have been constructed, along with 6,400 new classrooms to meet the growing education needs of Gambian children. As a result, the education sector has recorded inspiring progress. Growth in record rates, reaching 102.8% at the lower basic level, and over 50% at the basic and secondary education levels. This confirms the government's successes in breaking down barriers, expanding access to education, and creating opportunities for every Gambian child to succeed. We have similarly made tremendous strides towards achieving affordable and quality universal health coverage. The progressive rollout of the National Health Insurance Scheme and the recently inaugurated state-of-the-art, fully equipped health facilities across the country are crucial steps towards realizing this goal. I am pleased to announce that over 100 doctors are currently specializing in various disciplines at the Gambia Medical School, UTG. Also, other healthcare professionals are receiving in-country training in various areas for specialization to improve service delivery. These high points mark the new era in health services in the country and provide evidence of a truly strengthened health sector. Ladies and gentlemen, as the backbone of our economy, agriculture is critical for food security and national development. It is gross reassuring that, except for grounds, agricultural production are thrown to well-targeted government interventions. Although these impressive achievements highlight progress, they are tempered by high unemployment and poverty level rates, which contributed to irregular migration and crime. To resolve these challenges, my government will committed to continue expanding livelihood opportunities. uplift the status of our women since 2019. The Women's Enterprise Forum has financially supported thousands of women entrepreneurs, enabling them to establish and expand businesses. Additionally, our skills training programs have equipped thousands of women and youth with practical skills, thus allowing them to start businesses, enhance employability, and contribute to national development. To further tackle unemployment, the recently launched Land for Agricultural Investment Initiative presents a significant opportunity to engage the youth in farming and agribusiness, hence offering sustainable livelihoods in the agricultural sector. Besides this, my administration is actively promoting establishment of light industries to create more gainful employment opportunities and foster economic growth. Gambians, boys and girls, today we are a proud nation of 2.4 million people. These milestones call for reflection on how to better utilize our human resource, skills, knowledge, and the vast potential that resides in the people and the land for better and faster results. As we march on, we must acknowledge the struggles that many Gambians face, particularly the youth. The Gambia's youthful population is our greatest asset, and this includes you, the school children and students in our educational institutions. You are endowed with immense potential, and therefore be able to drive our nation's growth. Yet through many young people eventually face irregular migration. Let me assure you that my government stands in solidarity with you, and we are determined to create various pathways for you to succeed here at home. The opportunities at your disposal are amazing. The technologies at your fingertips are tools to save your lives, change the fortune of your families, and transform your communities and the nation. To succeed, however, you must pay heed to good advice. Be respectful, hardworking, and noble. Do not be deceived by the stories we hear about lands from other lands. There is no land of milk and honey. This is a war of power, and no one can change this reality. I will quote the former Vice President of America, Kamala Harris. She said, we love hard work. Hard work is good work. So we must work hard. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are accelerating efforts to ensure that every community, no matter how remote, is powered, connected, and exposed to the comfort of modern life. 203,000 meters have already been connected to the national grid, all geared towards reaching our target for universal access to electricity by end 2025. This is a huge challenge, but so is our resource on yield. As we strengthen bilateral cooperation and invest in our nation's future, let this Independence Day anniversary celebration remind us that we are all together on a transformative journey. No Gambian should be left behind. Our unity, resilience, and unwavering hope must propel us forward to build a brighter future for ourselves, our children, and future generations. Of more strength from the past and not from confidence and we honor the countless Gambians at home and internationally who continue to contribute to our national development. These collective sacrifices have to inspire us to form values, good governance, and this way we will maintain a stable Gambia where all citizens can realize their potential. The strength, result and efforts of every government constitute the heartbeat of the nation. We must be thankful for the neighbors and friends for the open doors of development. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate the efforts of all parents in the country, especially those working in the institutions, and diligent teachers who take care of our children. Together, with the government security services, the government organization of cultural groups, I thank you for the elegant and entertaining parade displayed this morning. Occasion has been required to be strengthened, for which I commend the organizing committee and everyone present. Excellencies, on behalf of the entire nation, I thank you once again for gracing this historic occasion. Congratulating every Gambian and wishing everyone a joyful anniversary. I ask that we mark with renewed hope and commitment to peace, progress and stability in the self-reliant and may the spirit of this beautiful day transform as we continue to Independent Day anniversary. May God bless us all. Thank
Dignitary dafa am loo xam ne moom la ñoo bëgg a wane fii tey kon nag moo tax ñu yaatal jiw bi su ko defee ñëpp toog seetaan gis li nga xam ne ñoom tamit loolu la ñu amal tey pour yokk ko ci bés bi taaral ko ak bégal sañi mbaɗigol ɓe men parendi kan wolom torkiya la soldarol e la military e laatale pour kam fana sewondi jambi ka yaye biluŋola men ketan na tanjitoomoro juuraro ñinna wala tinna ko dindigol e luwoñin fanundi ɓawo kana min ke ɓe sola la place ba fanundirgol la eɓe wole ke kanten pour kana ya
in front of Dignitary and also the President and all the dignitaries within development initiatives, achievements that have been made in various sectors within his government. His speech commemorated
thank you very much.
Gambia.
Madam
in 1960,
Gambia
was
the Director President on Public Relations and also the President. Excellencies, distinguished invited ladies and gentlemen.
Like I say, as a country, we are independent.
Next on stage we shall have the military band.
Speech
also known as the Ottoman ban from the Republic of Turkey, the Republic of the Gambia, and the Republic of Turkey have signed several agreements, namely the areas of defense and security, education, health, and cultural exchanges. It is on that note that this year, as we are celebrating our Diamond Jubilee, our strategic partners from the Republic of Turkey deemed it fitting and proper to invite the Ottoman ban, considered as one of the oldest countries in the world,
style of celebration here. They are also here, the Turkish individual people are here.
And they dress beautifully.
They are dressed modestly in the Turkish attire. So join us in this celebration. It's very important. And also in the studio, we have the able public relations officer of the Gambia Immigration Department, a very important department in the Gambia. This is a department that, if it is not functioning, there is nothing security in this country, because people will come and go, nobody will trust them. And their job is very important. Mr. Law, so you've been the immigration PRO, a very young person for that matter, with a lot of ambitions. You understand that there are still challenges confronting the Gambia Immigration Department in terms of issuing documents that are up to date with modern technologies, because in the previous years, when you go to the immigration, you see files, and it looks like things are gradually being upgraded, while we're moving from files to data. Take us through some of the initiatives that you have. And Gambia is 60 years. We cannot go back to the old days where when you are applying for passport, you have to take all the documents, hard copies. Are we pursuing a vision where Gambia Immigration will be, when I want a passport, I don't need to carry all the physical documents, just to upload them, and then when I call for interview, then I will do things without just having to stress myself the border going with hard documents, because you've seen people, when they move with hard copies, at the end of the day, they got lost.
It may also be noteworthy to state
thank you so much.
that the Gambia,
so like you say, Gambia is
the first country in West
if
Africa.
Gambia was civil servant, today it will be retiring from active service. But then I think it's also important that we understand how development itself unfolds. You cannot from jump development. We need to understand that development comes in stages. And whilst we might be very much eager to be like other countries out there, it's key we understand the history behind our country's formation and how far we have been going in that case. So at the level of the GID, like you said, we have embraced technology. Our ID card system is biometric, and then we don't deal with files now. When you buy a form, what we do is, while you are being enrolled, it is being scanned into the system. And once it is scanned, for posterity, we can get those files still being obtained through our department, through our software. If you go to the biometric passport situation, too is the same thing. Applicants would be using forms to apply, but their documents and the forms will be scanned into the software. And then once it is scanned, it stays there. So even in next 20 years to come, if the applicant comes back to renew a passport, all documents that you have given us in the insertion are still in the system. If you go to our borders too, we have our MIDA system. In the MIDA system too, anybody who comes in, we take your biodata, we take your biometrics. And once you are into the country once, anytime you come back or you want to leave, we can still know exactly your travel history over the past years. If you go to the Gambia airport too, Banjul airport, together with Security Report, we've also developed very sophisticated technology there. I think Gambia's Security Report control over there is quite very much amazing, because if you understand how it works over there, we have document security experts in the airport. We have officers who are built to capacity. They've understood their horsemanship skills, they understand the entire system. And it is quite hard for you to be able to come into the country with false documents, because the system we have in place can detect whether it's genuine or ungenuine. So to us, we have been transforming to the technology side even before Gambia takes system. Okay? Right now, if you look at our entire system, you cannot tell me why we operate maybe manually. That could also be, let's say, in our office works. And even at the office, our officers use now desktops that they deal with. So to us, we have embraced technology, but then there's still more to go. Because when we talk about border management, it also deals with being able to integrate your softwares or other systems that you're working with. So GID has envisions to be able to have a time whereby our ID card applications passport, the border, everything can be synchronized into one database. That is also going to help streamline how we operate as a department. So to us, I think we've done a lot. And it's quite important that we recognize that a lot has been done, even though there is still a lot more to be obtained. If you look into the case of the MRP passport, for instance, when we had a technical issue recently, it is Gambians that were able to bring the system back to where it was supposed to be. It was developed initially by non-Gambians, but less than 3 months ago, when it went down, the software was built by Gambians, controlled by Gambians within the GID itself. So it's been happening, and we look forward to being able to get more as much as possible.
I mean, here we are talking about data, which is very important for every nation in terms of security, ensuring that the information there is safe and secure. Now that many a times people accuse the GID or the government of the Gambia of awarding contracts of issuing this very important document to foreign companies when Gambians can handle these issues and ensure that their data is well protected. How do you see that from the immigration perspective, that the data that is being collected from individuals is safe?
Every single operations of GID, whether it is the ID card or the Africa card, the data stays with the department. The data is controlled by the department. I will not comment on issues of contracts because we are an operational arm of the government. We do not sign contracts, we don't go in for biddings. What we do is government approves a contract and we implement a particular part. So to us, it's just operations. But I can tell you for free that our database, the ID card database, is controlled by GID officers, that the passport stays within this country, that the MIDA system is within this country. So there is no database that we operate, whether it's ID card or passport, that is outside this country. Everything is local.
We talk about when the software which was developed by foreign companies went down, Gambians were able to come in and restore it in 3 months. How do you see that?
I think it shows us that over the past 60 years, despite our reservations of the country's development, we have seen a lot.
Let me just cut you a little bit. We have the Turkish also giving us that beautiful celebration. I'm sure this is the first time we have foreign nationals also joining us. They flew all the way from Turkey. The other day I was talking to the ambassador that everything that their travel expenses, their allowances, their everything accommodation is on the Turkish government. How do you see this? I mean, in terms of cooperation between Gambia and other countries like Turkey as well. And so they also join us. Even they were not our colonial masters, but they joined us to celebrate this day.
I think we have seen a new wave of bilateral cooperations within the Gambia. If you observe of recent, we have seen the same Turkish that give out a lot of vehicles to the Gambia Armed Forces. So I think what we have seen is a time when we all embrace diplomacy, a time when we know that development comes in a multi-dimensional figure. And if we're able to partner with other countries to be able to meet up to certain issues, it is going to promote our development. So partnerships like this is quite important. We have a similar thing in our department. We have a partnership with, let's say, the Spanish National Police, for instance. Our COP Gambia project is a national project that we also implement. So this is important because it is going to help us understand that we live in a global village and no country can stand alone. And if you want to embrace diplomacy, you must also open up your arms to embrace others to also come into the country.
Mama, what do you make of from this, having dignitaries from all the way from Turkey to spend their own money, government taxpayers' money? I'm sure the same way Gambians are complaining about taxpayers' money is the same way Turkish also will be holding their authorities accountable. How do you see this collaboration between the Gambia and Turkey?
I think it's indeed a very, very, very good one. I'm marking it for the first time since I started following independent stuff. I think this is the first time I've seen foreign nationals, displaying at our independence ground, and this tells a lot. It also shows to them that we are all in this together, and that Gambia, we cannot do it all alone. We need people to come and support us. We need people to partner with. So having cooperations with these foreign nationals and also giving them that space, it also gives them the sense of belonging. They also feel like we also belong somewhere, and then we're also trying to contribute our quota into the particular country, especially celebrating a very important day like the country's Diamond Jubilee.
Well, thank you very much. For the benefit of those who are watching, the Jola people, the Serere people who does not understand, perhaps they see people around Adama Barrow. You have the man fair in complex who is sitting next to Barrow is the president of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau, who is Umaro Embalo Sissoho. Next to Umaro Embalo Sissoho, you have the youngest, Africa's youngest elected president, Bassirou Diomaye Faye. This is an information for the Jolas and the Sarangules, the Serere that are just watching. Perhaps they don't know. You can see them there. Bassirou Diomaye Faye is reading a book. So is the Police FM book magazines. But one thing you could observe from here, the unity in Africa, you can see the chairs that they are seated on. Bassirou Diomaye Faye, Omar Embalo Sissoho are the same chairs that everyone behind there is seated on. So this goes to tell you that Africa, all we need is respect. If you respect somebody, even if the person comes to your house, you are eating soil, the person will join you and eat the soil with you.
Absolutely.
So you wouldn't know here who is the president, in fact, if you don't know. If someone just come here, you find it difficult to know who is the president. Maybe for Barrow, you will know that he is the president of the Gambia because he's seated in a very big sofa, but others are just seated in normal chairs. This also brings people together because if you see the president sitting in this normal chair, you as a director, what do you expect if you go to an event? You wouldn't expect anything bigger than that. In other countries, you go there, you see the presidents, the way they are seated, you see them from distance, you know that this is a president. But like Africa, we are a continent of rich culture and unity. This is the only thing we need here. Going at it, sometimes I wonder, even though I'm very young, when I was growing up in the village, even if you don't cook, even if your house don't cook food, you don't feel it sometimes because the neighbors will serve you food. You don't see people throwing food in the village or even in Combo here in those days, but I think it's because of development is coming. Everyone is having something now. You go out, especially during Ramadan, people are throwing food. I think it's because everyone has enough, but I think sometimes we also need to look at this issue. Coming back to the immigration issues, I know your department has a lot of things to do, especially when it comes to helping mitigate crimes. I remember 3 months ago when immigration deported about 37 migrants, undocumented migrants, if I get the figures right. Those days, prior to this deportation, crimes were just occurring now and then, but when you carry out this deportation, things just, it looks like the ground was neutralized. Tell us, how do you come up with these strategies to ensure that you mitigate crimes in the civilized way?
So I think it's important to start from the first knowing that crimes in the country are not only committed by foreigners. I believe Gambians have that ill perception that crimes are from foreigners. But we've all been living witnesses to what is happening within this country. We have seen husbands or wives having troubles at home. We have seen our own brothers and sisters having challenges while they're on the streets. So it would be a fallacy if we just say that crime in the Gambia is committed by foreigners. To me, I think it's unfair to those who are in the country. They are from other countries but still doing good in this country as well. Now, when it comes to what do we do to mitigate crime, immigration controls borders. We control the borders of the Gambia. We know who comes in and who goes out. And then that is why, like I said before, we have a system in place that controls it. Now, anybody who comes to the country must have met what we call as entry requirements to come into the country. That is why if you look at the recent statistics, we have more than 600 people in last year that have been refused entry to come into the country. They would come up to the border and they want to come in. We said, no, do you have valid documents? Are you able to sustain yourself? If you fail to meet up to certain conditions, you cannot come into this country. Now, whether somebody is a criminal or not is a complex situation because human beings evolve and change based on times and situations. You may come to the country peacefully over the past 10 years, but along the way you tend to go and certain factors are responsible of that. So it will be very much, to me, misconceived if we just say that people coming in are those criminals. What happened if somebody had been here for the past 10 years and the guy left that particular country while he was very peaceful, but along the years that he or she stayed in the country, he tend to evolve and change to something else. So these are dynamics we need to consider before we can just sit and say that people that commit crime are criminals or are foreigners. While we would say that yes, we control the borders, but our mandate is to make sure that anybody who comes in is well screened. You are able to get requirements to come into this country. You are able to sustain yourself. And then regional integration too plays a part in most of this case. We have to understand that the world is moving to a stage whereby we have been advocating for integration. For instance, the ECOWAS bloc alone, we have what we call as the Free Movement Protocol. That tells West African states as to how can they try to embrace each other. That does not mean that you have to allow somebody who is a thief to come in. It doesn't mean you have to allow somebody who's, let's say, a criminal to come in as well. But then we need to be very fair also to people who come from other countries. Go to schools, you find foreign teachers. Go to university, you find lecturers who are foreigners. Go to the hospitals, you find Turkish and other people in those hospitals. So we tend to now overlook all the efforts of those foreigners and now focus on just 1, 2, or 3 people that commit crimes. So I think we need to be balanced with how we perceive things as a country, because if not, we will not be fair to how development itself is evolving.
The part that you made mention of, I don't know, 600 or 6,000 people?
600.
600 people, more than 600 people. But you would also realize that my grandma at home, or your grandma at home, or somebody at home who has no idea of this, I think that is where the engagement through the media comes into play. I know that there has been transformation, when you came into office as the PRO, but then I believe that still there needs to be improvement, because I do not know that others are denied entry into the country, and someone out there, at the ghetto or whatsoever will be like, they allow everybody to come into this country, especially when crimes happen and it involves foreigners. They are like, they allow everybody into the country. And obviously they don't know that some people are denied entry into the country because they are suspected or because they are seen as people who should not be allowed into the country. So I think the issue of you engaging the public and of course the media comes into play in this. What do you think?
Of the GID under Director Ibrahim Mbouk is quite much focused on the community engagement. We have a unit now, we call it Community Engagement Unit, that is within the Public Relations Office of the department. And our mandate is to make sure that we engage with the public, let them understand our mandate as a department. Let them know what activities are we involved in, how do we operate. So if you have been observing, we have radio stations like for Star FM, we have a Star FM radio show, that is FOA, where we discuss on pertinent immigration matters. We also have our immigration hour on police as well. And we frequently engage with the media. This issue of those that are refused entry I am talking about was discussed in our last press conference that we had with almost all media houses. So now it becomes a collective responsibility. I will agree that a lot of people out there would not know that some of these things are happening. And that is why we are now eager to bridge that gap, to make sure that we go to the grassroots and engage people, let them know what is happening. A typical example I can give you is, for instance, less than a month ago, Commissioner of West Coast had a familiarization tour throughout the West Coast. He went almost all villages within the West Coast, meet up with alcalos, meet up with chiefs to be able to discuss with them how can they also foster security within this country. We also had a similar case whereby in North Bank, our Border Patrol Unit 2 is doing a similar activity. In Sierra, we also have them doing the same thing. So we have increased our engagement with the public, and we believe in the long run, we will see the impact of what these engagements will yield in the country as well.
That's very good. I think people are sensitized. They know that they are aware of issues, and they are as well aware of the mandate of the GID. It will be very easy for us for crimes to be reported or suspected things to be reported in order for us to control our country. And I think, Dauda, we can relieve the PRO and now buttress on the speech of His Excellency, and then from there we can close.
Yeah, Mama, thank you so much, and to our able public relations officer, thank you so much, and on behalf of the party network, we thank you so much for spending time with us to talk to Gambians on the role of immigration in terms of addressing crimes and also ensuring documents are issued to people who deserve to have it. So we will continue to engage with the immigration office on issues that have to do with immigration things. We thank you so much for taking your time to talk to us, and we will continue our engagement with the public through our medium here. Piero, thank you so much. So Mama, you can take us through Mandinka a little bit, so that others who understand the Mandinka language.
Yeah, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Atol membe njibe kan na lamoyral comme mba foka nyamen dorong mbe ning Gambia Immigration Department ni wala beno interviews ni wala beno interviews rek men kite ila diamu lati men kata PRO so PRO simanlo na kacha soto membe dending ID card ko la aning mola dunya banko kan so na ta fa fanan ko wal soto tan no ta fa mom men sina fata mo ke no woroto me yalon ko ye wala stock ka dunang banko kan so adum fanan ana ta fanan ko ibe sensitization la throughout the country kaje ko yo mol kalamutandi ila lonsingo ila losingoti aning itol do ko menti andum fanan abakela kuti menan ka be jara bake ni itol fanan ka finti enim mol ka diam ka mol londi ko la ko men yalan ko nganta ka long ibaje ko ni wo ketam kanko ni fanko be kala le ibaje mol men yalan ko be dunna na banko kan ibe skuti na estala kaje ko yalo mu sifal le be dun kan na banko kan ko siala mu ko siata modo safange mo kenete atarda manke mo kenete ay nanan kadunna banko kan probably abonna banko men kan criminal yalatina abonna nji so ay nanan banko kan ay dunna kuke ay na lift do man ke dorong then all of a sudden yaje ay ku jaw ko teke so comme ñin sifal mbi bayla no nyaamen dorong wala wote so dawda comme nimbota woto sio meta diamo meta mol meta dal jibandiral safo be dawda randing baltantu lambal jayila bar comme president ngaje fanan ay diamo kele bara ala diamo to damenti yalon ko wala yalon ko nyenta ka ajibe nanata angale fanana dawda ngaje ko president Adama Barrow has stated in his speech that over 6,400 schools were established but sila ninata nang nyinjibe la ngalong our education sector is really grappling in as much as the president has been claiming of building classrooms amongst other things but you go to other communities you realize that they don't even have chairs that they will sit on to do their thing so it's really hard but today now we had the president claiming that over 6,400 classrooms has been built and when you even question much you look at it much you will realize that it is not the government investing much into that 6,400 schools. You will realize that it is much more of MRT Holland Foundation supporting that. Now you question, and your question would now be, what really is the government doing with all the classrooms that they're claiming to have established, with everything that they're claiming of? How are other schools unable to even have proper classroom structure, proper chairs? Dauda, what does that message send?
Well, thank you very much. For me, as a Gambian, as a concerned citizen, as a journalist, speaking to the public here, I've always said this: our education sector is not attractive, especially when you talk about the public sector, public education, public schools. There is no way the president will convince me that the public schools are doing well. There is no way the ministers will convince me that the public schools are doing well until if they are able to send their kids to those public schools. Mind you, none of the president's kids is going to public school. The ministers, all of their kids are not attending public schools. Now, how do they convince the Gambians that these schools are attractive, they are up and running, they are good? This is the question. You cannot build a house, you don't trust the house, and go around telling people that your house is good. I believe that they should do much to ensure that teachers are protesting every day in public schools.
Absolutely.
I think they just have to look at the thing beyond just building a classroom or constructing a classroom, to ensuring that those teaching also, their welfare is looked after, so that the kids in school will also get the benefits of going to public schools. Because public schools are cheaper.
That takes us also to the side of the officers, especially the military men and women. You realize that them claiming to supporting security sector reform here and there, but still we have our own president being guarded by outside security personnel. So, what does this sense us? You having your people, and especially there was a time that I heard that they wanted to send some of our military officers to peacekeeping mission. I was like, you do not trust me to guard you. you will now want to send me out to go and fight for my life.
Yeah,
How do you see that? Do you see that as patriotism or what? Because the president neglecting your officers, for example, leaving your own officers to not guard you, to having an external military men and women guarding you instead of your own military people.
I think now that issue has changed a lot, because before, when you look, those around President Barrow are the ECOWAS soldiers before, but now when you look around him, you have Gambians, you have the economic, which is balanced now. But we look at the fact of beyond just the bodyguard issue. I know we all know what happened in 2016, what led to the ECOWAS coming in here. I believe that there is a lot that needs to be done to ensure that, with due respect, we also have to acknowledge the fact that ECOWAS, they play a key role in ensuring that the peace and stability that we are known for is maintained in this country at a time when we need them. Before we needed them and we called them. Now when they are supposed to leave, I think we can also use the same channel that we used to call them and also relieve them from their service. They've done a lot for the country, but all I can advocate is that let them empower our security, let them give them the resources and whatever they need to ensure that they carry out their responsibilities judiciously. Sure, but we can just watch the ambience there while we bring another guest to the studio to talk to our people.
While we're doing that, if you've listened attentively to the speech of the president, it's not like I'm being a critic or whatsoever. But now, coming down to your expectations, the concerns, considering the rate of robbery, amongst other things, breaking into people's house, breaking into people's personal properties, and seeing the speech that the president has delivered. Did he deliver what people want to hear, the expectations?
I have always said this and I will keep saying it.
Okay.
When you talk in this country, I always say this, the president avoids speaking on two things. That is corruption and insecurity. He will talk about these things, but he will not emphasize. There are differences between sending the message and giving the message. You send the message for it just to leave your mouth, to go wherever it's supposed to go. And when you give a message, you emphasize, you speak with authority. You understand? We expect the president to speak with authority so that people will know that this is the head of state that is addressing them. But sometimes you see people will be like, the president will not tell us anything about this. I was expecting him to speak with authority, to address Gambians, to ensure that what is happening, he should make it clear that we cannot tolerate it. This government is committed. He should have reiterated the government's commitment to ensure that zero tolerance for corruption, zero tolerance for insecurity, because it has no room in this small country like any other country.
That's good. So far, we've had the president speak as usual, but then the concerns of Gambian citizens in his speech was not addressed or perhaps was lacking. So basically, we see on the screen, you see still, Dauda, your people, Dauda, they are still on it, but they are beautifully dressed, Dauda. Just look at their attire,
Yeah, it's so beautiful. This is the Turkish culture. And Gambia and Turkey, we have a very good relationship. They've also supported Gambia in various areas. We've seen in terms of security, we have our military forces going to Turkey for courses to advance their operational skills, which is very important. So, but we will go to the ambience there and also the what is happening on the ground before we come back for the closing ceremony in this session. The technical team can give us the background ambience in this program.
Guinea-Bissau President Omar Sissoko Embalo Abita Abe Murunaya President Mimbe Bota Senegal fana menketa President Bassirou Diomaye Faye fana besela aning Alpha Kotengol butumbal dan na mobe tenkung ne pareta President oni molbe sarala isaje afana sinata mbe mobe dan la tenkung luntangol batu yesey ala baraka bake. Yes. Police band, can you help us with the national anthem, please? Can we all rise for the national anthem? mbokk yi fi mu nekk nii Excellency, President Bassirou Diomaye Faye jóg na mu ngi nuyuwante First Ladies yi ak ñi nga xam ne ñooy kilifa yi ñeetaago jërëjëf nañ egg ak jàmm dal ak jàmm kilifa yaa fi ñëpp a ngi taxaw di xaar ñi si des mu ne ñoo xaar ñu teewlu. Can we allow the rest to wait? As promised, His Excellency is going to have a handshake and then we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come in to have the handshake so that thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Okay. Please. Thank you very much. Quickly. Handshake.
Thank you.
Ghana.